Good morning, everyone. I am Viral Shah, the co-convener of SICTA 2025, and I would like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome each and every one of
Recording
you
in
to the
progress.
final rounds of the 10th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, also known as SICTA 2025. This year's theme for SICTA is the distribution of liability in the context of a conflict aided and occasioned by the use of decentralized technology emanating from principle of blockchain edifice, which is in line with contemporary international affairs. We are extremely delighted to inform you that this year the competition was organized over the span of 3 days, where we witnessed 3 preliminary rounds and 1 semi-final round. And today we are present here with the final round of this coveted competition. I would like to congratulate the 3 teams that have qualified to the finals. The 3 teams are SICTA_12, who shall be representing the prosecution, SICTA_16, who shall be representing the victim, and SICTA_10, who shall be representing the defense. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panel of judges for the finals. Our first judge on the panel is Honorable Mr. Justice Mohan Paris, who is the former permanent representative of Sri Lanka to the United Nations and former Chief Justice of Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Next, we have Dr. V.G. Hegde, who is the professor and chairperson of the Center for International Legal Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Next, in the panel, we have Dr. Luther Rangreji, who is the Joint Secretary at the Legal and Treaties Division of the Ministry of External Affairs of Government of India. Next, we have Professor Dr. Aniruddha Rajput, who is a distinguished professor of law in the National Law University of Delhi and a consultant at Withers LLP London. He is also a former member of the United Nations International Law Commission. Next, we have in the panel Dr. Sanoj Rajan, who is a distinguished professor of international law and human rights at Zhenjiang Gongshang University, China. Next in the panel, we have Barrister Tapas Kanti Bal. He is a senior associate at the South Asia Democratic Forum and an advocate in the Supreme Court of Bangladesh. And we have in the panel Advocate Sampath Bulusu, who is the convener of Symbiosis Law School Pune Alumni and General Manager, Legal Corporate Affairs, Shell Energy India Private Limited. With this, I declare the final rounds of the SICTA 2025 open.
Greetings to the members of the Honorable Bench,
counsels of the defense, and legal representatives of the victim, and all members present in this honorable court today. May it please the court, today in the case of prosecutor versus Jules Verne, I, Speaker 1, will be delivering the opening statement while also conducting the examination in chief. My co-counsel will be conducting cross-examination while delivering the closing statement. Proceeding with my opening statement, the prosecution stands today to bring to light a modern crime, committed not with guns or tanks, but through code, servers, and encrypted shadows. The case of prosecutor versus Jules Verne is a defining moment in international criminal law in the digital age. At the heart of this case is not merely a question of what was done, but what was allowed to be done. Jules Verne, a brilliant technologist and the creator of...
Sorry, in law, is there a difference between what is done and what is allowed to be done, especially criminal law? What's the standard we'll have to apply?
Thank you for the question. So, in the question of what was done and what was allowed to be done, especially with reference to this case, we are trying to prove that even though Mr. Verne never directly got involved in these conflicts, he allowed his platforms to be used in this conflicts.
So he's what, an accomplice? Abetment? What's the
Yes.
charge against him?
The charges against him are, along with Article 7(1)(h) for persecution, are also of Articles 25(3)(c) and D, which specifically Article 25(3)(c) talks about aiding and abetting.
So he's aiding and abetting.
Yes.
And so who's the main accused then?
So the conflict in this scenario is between the Scorpion clan and the Cavan
We
clan.
know the facts, but who's the main accused then? If he's aiding and abetting, he's aiding and abetting for something by somebody else. So who's the one who's done the main offense?
The offenses were committed by the actors of the Scorpion clan.
So why are they not before us?
In this specific matter, we're only pushing charges against Mr. Jules Verne
And why you have chosen just him?
for the acts of omission where even after gaining knowledge about the use of his platform,
So he's the scapegoat for the prosecution because you couldn't find anybody better.
I would refuse. I would
You
like to.
can, but you have to give answers for that.
By the end of this trial, we will show that this is not a case of scapegoating, rather putting the
So to cut it short, why don't you come straight to your points as to why do you think he's the person who needs to be prosecuted? So you basically start establishing his offense. So we just cut short the rest and come straight to the point.
The actors who actually committed the crimes are being prosecuted separately. However, in the present case,
Where are they being prosecuted? Could you point to the facts? Which paragraph? Which page? There are no paragraphs in the fact sheet, but which page?
page number 15, para 6, point number C, where it has been mentioned that there have been formal arrests of total 27 individuals, including the accused.
And for crimes against humanity.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Does it say that? It says most heinous crimes, but doesn't give us any details of the offenses under which you are charging them or you plan to charge them.
When we read Article 7(1)(h), the elements of the other said article specify that the acts fall within the threshold of...
Of course, yes, but here we are talking about others.
Even for the others, Jules Verne is additionally charged with individual criminal responsibility under Article 25.
Just to let you know that it's quite clear now that at least for me on my part, I'm not very convinced that you found the right person. You're just trying to find somebody else. But maybe by the end of the trial, hopefully you're able to dispel that perception of mine. Thank you.
Okay.
May I-
Let me say this. You said the accused has aided and abetted the offense, right?
Yes, my lordship.
Is it not a case of vicarious liability?
I'll just take a second. When we read upon the charges that are pushed against him for individual criminal responsibility under Articles 25(3)(c) and D, his acts, or rather inactions that he committed on his part, fall within the threshold of the said articles and therefore fall in the bracket of the said articles.
No, that's true. But what I meant to say was, aiding and abetting and vicarious liability, there's a difference between both, right? There's a thin difference.
To make your life easy, if you don't know the difference, you can simply say that I don't know, and otherwise we'll just keep hammering you. So it's up to you. It's in your interest to decide what you want to do.
I would like to give a reply to your lordship's question. There was a direct involvement on the part of the accused, as he had the knowledge and awareness of these acts, and there was a deliberate inaction on his side. Therefore, putting down the individual criminal responsibility element on him.
Do you know the definition of vicarious liability?
Yes, your lordship.
Please tell us.
Vicarious liability, I'll just take a second to frame it.
Yeah.
It basically means, in a very basic sense, it basically means that the acts were not directly committed by the accused. However, just because of some actions or inactions, the accused gets the liability in the said scenario.
That was.
Can I just help you along? These are very heavily weighed in terms of jurisprudence, and these questions are up by my brothers on the bench. I was the employee, it's my lorry, and I give my driver the lorry and say, now go to Chandigarh. On the way to Chandigarh, he picks up a pal, he runs into an accident, and both are injured, there's injury, right?
Yes,
Now, I'm the owner of the lorry, and in a classic sense of criminal negligence, I'm talking of criminal negligence as opposed to civil liability, there's a concept that says that whatever the driver does, that I am vicariously liable.
Absolutely, your lordship.
Right? That's what it is. So there's no rocket science in it.
Yes.
And then, unless you can show that the driver was on a frolic of his own, right? Right. So what my brother is asking you is, that's a very valid question, whether there is the basis on which you have structured this indictment to bring Jules Verne before us in terms of an indictment, right? So you can probably develop that on the basis of the facts and be able to demonstrate to us that it's much more than vicarious liability, right?
So,
and there is a huge question mark whether vicarious liability is part of criminal law. That's another issue. You don't have to worry too much about that. But let's assume that this is a very, very valid question. In other words, how do you bring him, how do you attribute mens rea to the, there's the causal nexus between what ultimately happened and his actions? That's the question. So develop your argument on those lines.
Adding to the analogy given by your lordship, I would like to add to it that if, as the owner of the lorry, if you are informed that the driver who's driving the lorry is using it for a wrongful purpose, the liability falls upon you as the owner.
I'm very sorry. I wanted to let you go. Twice I tried to let you go on vicarious liability. The presiding judge tried to help you again to let you go. But you're inviting trouble for the third time. And since you've invited it, I think you should receive it. Where is the definition of vicarious liability in international criminal law in the Rome Statute?
I'll just take a second.
Yeah, so I'm saying try not to invite trouble, because you're getting into territories where you're just inviting trouble for yourself. You might want to steer in waters where you're more comfortable.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Let's move on.
So, by the end of this trial, the prosecution will prove, beyond any reasonable doubt, that Mr. Verne's platforms were not neutral tools misused by distant actors.
Very sorry. Could you just come to the President's question of, could you start establishing the elements of crime?
Okay.
Why don't you get to the basics?
Absolutely. So, the prosecution,
That's what the basic facts are, very quickly.
the facts of the case,
Sorry, the elements of
Elements of the-
offense and how facts
elements
fit
of
into
the
the
charge.
element.
Absolutely. So, the charges against him are of Article 7(1)(h), and to prove the said article, the crimes should be widespread or systematic. And as in the present case, the targeted killing of Calvin Klein was based was on the basis of a group based on social and ethnic identity. Furthermore, To understand the elements of widespread or systematic, widespread could mean the acts in the present case were occurred over a period of 11 months. They were organized in the sense that they were not isolated attacks that took place by distant actors. Rather, they were executed by the means of a platform which was provided by the accused.
I'm very sorry. I was looking at the structure of your arguments, and they all say attacks carried out by Scorpion clan were widespread, carried out by Scorpion clan were systematic, Scorpion clan were carried out through an organized policy. So all these are attributions to the Scorpion clan. That's not being prosecuted. They anyways can't be prosecuted because it's a collective entity. So I don't understand, what are we doing here?
So the accused in the present case is being prosecuted for abetting to the said crimes where the individuals, there was an intentional deprivation of fundamental rights of the Cavan clan by the said Scorpion clan.
Yeah, sorry. The problem with that argument is, if you're going to establish the elements, you'll have to establish there was an organized policy. Now you need to establish there was an organized policy on the part of the accused, and I'm presuming you're going to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think at the closing I might have some interesting questions for your colleague on the last point. Thank you. Heads up.
I take it that you will develop that argument with your...
Also, I just want to pitch in a question here, if I may. You just mentioned targeted individuals. Is that your case? Or you want to mention more than that? You just mentioned individuals were targeted.
Your Lordship, I apologize, but can you rephrase the question?
You just mentioned that the victims are individuals. Am I right?
Individuals of a specific clan.
Okay, so you want to reframe that as a civilian population?
As an ethnic group present in the same nation. Yes, Your Lordship.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So, dealing with the organized plan and policy element, which my co-counsel will elaborate upon in the closing, the said acts carried out by the Scorpion clan relied entirely on the structure provided by Mr. Burns for coordination, tracking, targeting, financing, and concealment. Furthermore, Mr. Verne had the knowledge, intent, and means to intervene, which we will establish by the end of this trial, and yet chose silence over responsibility. His inaction, his refusal to implement even minimal safeguards, and his continued technical support constitutes the charges under Articles 25(3)(c) and (d). The present case is not merely about punishing one man, it is about setting a precedent. The tools of terrors have changed, our legal accountability must evolve too. The prosecution prays to this honorable court to hold Mr. Burns accountable for enabling the machinery for persecution, for providing sanctuary to impunity in the cyberspace, and for allowing human rights to be encrypted into oblivion. Justice demands no less. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Council seeks permission to address the bench as Your Excellencies. Much obliged, Your Excellencies. A very warm and pleasant morning. This is the Council for the legal representative of the victims appearing in the case of prosecutor versus Jules Verne. I am the first counsel, and I'll be dealing with the opening statement as well as conducting the cross-examination, and my co-counsel will be dealing with the closing statement and conducting the examination in chief. We appear before this chamber today to represent the voices of the Valor community, voices silenced by fear, fury, and victims of calculated campaign of persecution committed against them on the basis of their identity. The trial of these proceedings will reveal that the objective of the accused was nothing short of ensuring deliberate assassination of valors, and because of their resent that they usually hold.
Very sorry. Of course, we have our sympathies with you, but you started off by saying systematic killings.
Indeed.
Can you tell us over what period of time, when, how, and what's the standard for systematic?
Indeed, Your Excellencies, systematic is a term used for defining persecution within the Rome Statute, and systematic essentially entails that these crimes were conducted through a organized action.
But the fact suggests that it was the other community which was being ostracized all the time, targeted, financially unable to survive.
Indeed, Your Excellencies,
Oh, so you're saying they're not ostracized, they're doing very well.
Could
The
you,
Scorpion community is doing really well.
if Your Excellencies, can I elaborate? What the council is putting forth is that Scorpion indeed were a marginalized community. That is undeniable fact. But that was through the actions and through the geographical condition that they were placed in. The valors.
And no role for valors in the process.
Could you elaborate, Your Excellency?
And no role of valors in the process.
Your Council, Your Excellencies, the valors and the Scorpions had ethnical tensions due to
No, sorry, I meant
Indeed.
in the situation of the Scorpions,
Yeah.
according to you, it was only the state which was responsible, and the valors had no role of any kind in facilitating or ensuring that the system is created and perpetuated.
In answering that, the council contends that firstly, the victims blame the accused in the present case as well as the Scorpions, and secondly,
I'm very sorry, you're appearing in person or you're appearing as a counsel?
the council.
I think there needs to be a different style of advocacy, isn't it? Now you need to make us legal
Indeed.
submissions, because if it was a victim, we understand the emotions, but I
Indeed.
think lawyers need to stick to
Indeed,
legal
council.
arguments.
Indeed, Your Excellencies. Your Excellencies, the council is merely contending that the Scorpions and Cavans have been in a conflict. However, firstly, that the conflict began from the Scorpion community, and secondly, any kind of conflict that took place from the side of Cavan was merely in retaliation, not and only in defense, not in a way to intend to persecute the other community.
Have you read the facts carefully? Have you read the decision of while the charge was committed? And I think the order puts out very clearly as to what the community has been suffering at the hands of your community, sorry to say.
Excellencies, could I point out to you page number 9 of the compromise? If you could look at para 5.
Para 5,
The
Roman 5,
yeah, indeed,
above 4.
indeed, Your Excellency.
Yes.
If I could read for the benefit of the court. This chamber acknowledges the specific efforts taken by the hostile forces from the Scorpion clan operating in the conflict to target the valors in the context of general widespread conflict which marked the two communities during the relevant period being investigated. The armed members of the Scorpions wanted to hunt and harm the valors before the masses to strategically bring down the morale of the entire Cavan clan.
Sorry, could you now turn to page 6, paragraph 3 onwards? I suppose you should be aware of the thrust of these statements made.
Indeed.
Yeah. And I don't think the way you read paragraph 5, that's what it really says about the contribution of your...
You skip the first portion of paragraph 5.
Your Excellencies, the para 3 that you're mentioning, it does not indicate that the Cavans were responsible for the condition that Scorpions were in.
So who's responsible? State.
The government. The government did not put up any policies for the...
And who controls the government?
Your Excellencies, there are certain top valors that are present in the top government position. The council agrees to that fact.
And who's the dominant force in the economics of the country?
Your Excellencies, the council agrees that there were top government positions that were held by valors. However, noting the fact there are only 5 valors available right now, it cannot be attributed that 5 valors have since acted upon the Scorpions in a manner which is discriminatory towards them.
No, so look, the argument is not that. The argument is we'll get into their criminal activities.
Indeed.
We also need to look at who has contributed to what.
Indeed.
You made a factual assertion.
Yeah.
That it's only the Scorpions who've been doing bad things, and the reason why they're doing bad things are beyond our control. You made a factual assertion And I thought you need to be corrected on that factual assertion because it's the fact which is ultimately going to lead us to make a determination and apply the law.
Indeed, Your Counsel, indeed, Your Excellency, the Council will refrain from making any statements otherwise. Okay. The evidence before this court would elaborate a tragic story where civilians were deliberately targeted, homes razed to ground, families displaced, lives ended. Not by accident.
Evidence before this court is yet to come. We have just the material as of now. Evidence would be led when you have the witnesses examined.
Indeed, Excellencies, the Council is merely asserting that this will be proven. However, the evidence...
And prima facie at this stage, it seems that the responsibility of the state, which is being controlled by you and your community. So if the state that is controlled by you is unable to perform, then the blame is probably on the government and partially on you as well.
Your Excellencies, in response to that, the Council contends that firstly, these acts began on the platform of the accused rather than the government's action or inaction. The acts are facilitated by the platforms created by the accused. And secondly, even the accused has intent as well to persecute valors.
There's a bigger question which I'll come back to closing to your side as well and to the prosecution as well. You're actually trying to prosecute a private individual.
Indeed.
Who's not involved with any state element. And you've brought it for investigation and prosecution under crimes against humanity. There's some fundamental definitional issues. Because there's a very specific context in which CH is used, of course different from war crimes, slightly lesser standard. But you don't seem to be showing us involvement of the government in the commission of these offenses or public element. And you're actually turning International Criminal Court into, maybe there's a mafia, it's like prosecuting mafia. I'm not sure that's the purpose for which this institution was created in the first place.
With response to that, if Your Excellencies are comfortable with it, the closing statement, they will be addressed in the closing statement. The legal representative on behalf of the victims respectfully submit that the acts of persecution committed clearly satisfy the criteria laid down as the attacks were being targeted primarily towards the Valor community, as well as the victims have lost life, liberty, leading to deprivation of fundamental rights. And thereon, secondly, the contributions...
Very quick question.
Indeed.
Are you going to say that fundamental rights have been violated as well, or it's just criminal offense where your life is taken away?
Your Excellency, persecution involves deprivation of fundamental rights and home displacement, lives being taken away, kidnapping, sexual assault, all come within the ambit of...
Which is also an obligation on the state, so get ready for the closing. Thank you.
Indeed, Excellencies. Indeed.
Can I also suggest that at some point in time, one of you address the principle of complementarity, which perhaps would answer my brother's question, right?
For the prosecution, for the closing.
The platforms that were created by Mr. Warren, Alpha Beacon, for example, were used to transfer fundings that were created out of these crimes with ease and negligent friction.
I'm terribly sorry. I think you're way beyond your time. What we would like you to do now is summarize in points. We want to give you a fair chance,
Indeed.
but in points in the most crispiest of the fashion.
Indeed. Firstly, the council will be proving that accused is liable under Article 7(1)(h) as well as 25(3)(c) and 25(3)(d) because of the platforms he's created and that has facilitated the crime. And lastly and majorly, what the victims seek is the individual reparations from the accused estate due to the actions committed by him. That will be all for the opening statement.
Honorable judges of the trial chamber, I wish you a very warm and pleasant morning. This is the counsel for defense appearing in the case of the prosecutor versus Jules Verne. As the first counsel for the defense, I will give the opening statement and the examination in chief, whereas my learned co-counsel will conduct the cross-examination and give the closing statements. Your Excellencies, we appear before you today to discharge our solemn professional duty, the defense of Mr. Jules Verne against what we shall demonstrate throughout the course of this trial to be fundamentally misguided allegations. The gravity of these charges today, that is the crime against humanity under Article 7(1)(h) of persecution and individual criminal responsibility under Article 25(3) and 25(3)(c) and 25(3)(d require corresponding gravity in their examination. We shall demonstrate that the prosecution's case fails at every critical juncture. First and foremost, the counsel would like to submit a plea of non-culpabilis on behalf of the accused and submit that under Article 66, Clause 1 of the Rome Statute, everyone shall be presumed innocent until proven guilty before the court in a
I'm very sorry. You should have that much trust on us. We know the Rome Statute, we know our fundamental duties. I think it would be helpful if you remove the hyperboles, come to the point and tell us as to why you think you should not be prosecuted, because you've provided a forum to diminish an entire clan. I mean, it's just scary to see, horrifying to see how your system has functioned.
Your Excellencies, the forum was never meant for that, and the councils shall prove that.
But is it not true it was used for it?
When the platform was built, the intent was not for it to be.
Of course, we build the world with very good hopes, but what we do with it is important. So, and is it not your duty as somebody who made it, created it, ran it, has been in control of it, probably the most famous person in the world in this area, for you to fail to stop it, seems quite unbelievable.
Your Honor, created it, but it was not.
Are you aware? Sorry. I got a feeling where you're heading to, therefore I want to save some time. Is the Rome Statute based on the idea that an offense is only committed at some point in time and thereafter there's no continuous responsibility not to commit any crime which is contrary to the Rome Statute?
Your Honor, in this case, the council contends that before the Scorpion Cave conflict began and before the targeted killings, even parallel to them, and after that, Jules Verne himself does not bear any individual criminal responsibility in this case.
In this case, yes, but conceptually, under the Rome Statute, you cannot tell us that he just built the forum and then forget it. If he has built the forum, as a matter of law under the Rome Statute, he can be found guilty if he fails to abide by the Rome Statute any time in the future. Is that the right proposition of law or not?
Yes, Your Honors.
Yes. Now try to address as to why your client has not committed this. Although we think probably seems like it has. Of course, we haven't made up our mind yet, but we'd like to hear from you.
Yes, Your Excellencies. Firstly, according to Article 7(2)(g) of the Rome Statute, persecution means the intentional and severe deprivation of fundamental rights contrary to international law by the reason of the identity of the group or collectivity. Your Excellencies, in the present case, it shall be proved throughout the course of the trial that the accused did not possess any intention to discriminate against a particular ethnic group or cause a severe deprivation of their fundamental rights. It is submitted that the contextual elements under Article 7(1) and the specific elements under Article 7(1)(h) have been wholly unmet. Moreover, Article 7(1) dictates that for any act to constitute a crime against humanity, there must be an attack which was widespread, systematic, conducted against a civilian population. Further, it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt that the accused had the necessary mens rea to commit the crime. If even one of these elements is unmet, the prosecution's case fails entirely. Article 30 of the Rome Statute, moreover, details that in order to evidence knowledge, the accused must have an awareness of the circumstances existing.
Sorry, you started off by saying that according to you, he has no intention, then you moved to mens rea. I'm presuming you're using them in the same way, or you want to use it, or when you refer to intention, you're referring to motive at the beginning.
No, Your Honor, intention and motive are not the same.
We know that, but we are asking you, when you were referring to intention, were you sure you're referring to intention, mens rea?
Mens rea and intention
Are not the same as well.
Yes. Shall
Yes, please.
moreover, additionally, a person only has intent where he meant to engage in a conduct and was aware of the consequences will occur in the ordinary course of events. Through the course of this trial, the
Sorry, you
defense...
still haven't addressed. What's the difference, according to you, between intention and mens rea?
Your Excellency...
You said they're different, so I would like to know the difference.
Your Excellencies, under Article 30 of the Rome Statute, which clearly defines intention, a person only has intention where he meant to engage in a conduct or was aware that the consequences will occur in the ordinary course of events. And mens rea, although not clearly defined under the Rome Statute, could mean...
They're actually the same thing. We just say the same thing in Latin, that's all. When you call intention in Latin, it's called mens rea.
The council,
state of the mind.
The council stands corrected.
It's
Your
quite
Excellencies.
elementary criminal law principle.
Mens rea is nothing but the criminal intent. Yeah. Commit an offense.
Go ahead, move on.
The council stands corrected.
To attract the provisions of the Rome Statute, murder ordinarily committed on the road doesn't attract the Rome Statute. You know that. Murder to become genocide needs to graduate with certain characteristics. Murder to become a crime against humanity, again, has to be done in a particular setting. Murder to become a war crime becomes a particular setting. Now, how does this particular act, I think that's what the gravamen of these questions are. What is the particular act that Jules Verne has committed to graduate or to attract the Rome Statute?
Your Honor, the council contends that no action committed by him could attract the Rome Statute in this case. But I understand the concern. And in the present case, first of all, the council would contend that the murders, the forced displacement, the persecution was committed by the Scorpion clan and not Jules Verne, because...
I'm so sorry. I think the prosecution made it quite clear. They're not prosecuting the clan for anything. Your role is limited, and that is facilitating it. And that's why you're being prosecuted. Just tell us that you didn't have the intention to let it fall. Used yourself as a facilitator. And just give us brief points, because we still have to hear evidence. Just be quick and be short and give us points in the next few seconds.
Yes, Your Excellency. Addressing these specific elements of a crime of persecution, the defense submits that in the present case, Jules Verne did not cause any deprivation of human rights, did not target the Cavan clans due to their ethnic identity, and no acts of the accused can be linked to any other crimes under Article 7(1) under the jurisdiction of this court. Secondly, the accused is charged with individual criminal responsibility under Article 25(3)(c) and 3(d). Throughout the course of this trial, the defense intends to prove that Mr. Verne is not liable under Article 25(3)(c), as his acts cannot be construed as aiding, abetting, or assisting in the commission of these crimes, and his alleged contribution did not have any substantial effect on the crime, and he did not act with knowledge and purpose. Thirdly and finally, the charge under Article 25(3)(d) against the accused is untenable, as firstly, his acts can in no manner be construed as evidencing a common purpose with the violent groups across Titan. Secondly, it cannot be proved beyond reasonable doubt that he acted in consonance with or contributed to those groups' intentions.
Yeah, sorry, I think we've got a thrust of it because we are short on time. But on the common purpose, we're going to come back on closing, and we would like your colleague to speak to us on the common purpose, because there are a lot of concerns there. Thank you.
Very well, Your Excellency.
See, he's not, you said he's not, your argument is that he's not connected with it. But there is in the fact sheet, there is this reference that there is both omission and commission. So the fact of doing something or fact of not doing something. So fact of not doing something also could involve you in, certain things deliberately. So that also could be a crime?
Yes, Your Honor, but in the factual matrix,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Your
So no, I just wanted to say that you could have done something, but you deliberately did not do something. That also leads you to something else. So this is what I'm strictly on facts. So how do you talk?
We'll address this in the closing.
How do you address it?
In the closing statements, definitely, Your Excellencies. And in this case, there was no deliberate in action on the part of Jules Verne. And the council.
The question simply is, was there willful blindness?
No, Your Excellencies, there was no willful blindness. This is only contended by the
Very sorry to interrupt. That's going to come in evidence. So let's
yes,
not assert
yes.
anything at the moment. Let's
Yes, Your
hold your
Excellency.
horses and we'll come back to that in closing to see if you've really established it.
Very well, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Call you. Whom are you calling?
Prosecution witness 1, Mr. Chinklex. So, if the bench allows, the counsel seeks permission to assume that the witness is under oath. Good afternoon, Mr. Klex. Can you please state your name,
My name is Chain Clicks.
age and occupation as well?
I am 42 years old. I am currently heading the finance department of Titan's second largest exchange.
In your testimony, you mentioned working at Alpha Beacon. Can you explain what was your role at Alpha Beacon?
Yes, I was a director at Alpha Beacon till 2022. I worked there for 6 years.
Can you describe what were your responsibilities as the director?
My responsibilities included all the responsibilities of a director on the board.
So you mentioned that you worked there for 6 years. In which year did you leave the company?
I left in 2022.
Why did you decide to leave the company?
I left because of ethical concerns. It was weighing upon my conscience and I could no longer be part of a company like that.
What were these ethical concerns? Can you shed light upon that?
Alpha Beacon was a haven for criminals to convert and money launder proceeds from criminal and illicit activities.
Were there any specific instances of these activities that you witnessed?
Yes, I have seen how arms dealers, narcotic traffickers, and even organizations engaging in ethnic violence were using the platform to convert the proceeds of their crime into white money.
So did Mr. Verne or anyone on the board of directors took any action against it?
No one took any action.
I'll reframe my question. Were these activities addressed?
None of these activities were addressed. Mr. Verne was very happy to let this slide because they were helping in increasing the profits of Alpha Beacon.
Can you also shed light upon how was the governance structure of the company?
The governance structure, even though Alpha Beacon has always claimed that they are transparent and they're decentralized, that wasn't the truth. Alpha Beacon was an incredibly centralized company where all the decisions were in the end taken by Mr. Jules Verne.
Witness, if I can interrupt,
Yes.
you are speaking about this for the first time here before this court and the retrial.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, sir. So you mentioned about Mr. Verne's leadership. Can you explain what was the style and how it affected the company's decision making?
Mr. Verne tried to enforce a policy that he called the Code of Silence, where he was trying to quash dissent amongst his employees. He would resort to threats of termination, even terminating certain employees, and he would resort to intimidation and legal threats to ensure that no one spoke out against him.
So In your opinion, what consequences did Alpha Beacon's operation could have had on society?
Alpha Beacon's operations definitely led to a lot of criminals being
I'm
able.
very sorry to interject, although it's your job to do that. Can the witness of fact give opinions?
The witness worked at the corporation for 6 years and
Okay.
claims to witness these activities firsthand.
So can there be a statement of what the witness has seen or what the
I'll-
witness opines would be the impact on the society?
The counsel stands corrected. I'll rephrase my question.
Yeah.
In your experience while working at Alpha Beacon, just a second. Yeah. In your experience, would you share the same?
Yes, in my experience, I have seen that thousands of dollars of worth cryptocurrency was traded by people engaging in illicit activities over the course of my employment.
So you also mentioned
I have
about
a follow-up question. Were you aware of these people being engaged in criminal activities?
Yes, and I did try to raise these questions and issues, but the rest of the board was not in agreement with me because the company was doing better than ever, and because of the rise in profits, no one wanted to take any action.
And you raised it only with the board.
Yes.
Was there no mechanism for addressing concerns of employees, or because you've been into this business for long, what's the normal practice in such situations?
The normal practice would require, we could reassess the duties of the CEO as well as we could have removed him, but that would require a majority vote of the board. And the rest of the board was complicit in these activities.
Why didn't you blow the whistle earlier?
I was scared because Mr. Jules Verne is an incredibly connected, powerful person, and he has resorted to threats, both legal and criminal. So
Towards you?
not towards me, but in general.
Are you aware of threats posed to people about it?
Yes.
Could you give us some information on that?
Yes. So as a part of his policy of maintaining a code of silence, he would routinely intimidate and pose legal threats against whoever tried to raise any sort of dissent.
So despite that, you never objected?
Because of that, I never objected.
But now you don't have the fear?
Now, I hope that this court will be able to provide me adequate protection and ensure that I don't face any harm because of my testimony.
you also mentioned about weak regulatory frameworks within Titan related to cyberspace. Can you shed light upon the same?
Sorry, we never heard she making a statement that there are weak regulations about cyberspace. We haven't heard her to say that yet.
Yes,
That's a clearly leading question.
I apologize for the same. In your testimony, you have mentioned that Titan runs on weak regulatory frameworks.
Nobody has done that yet. She hasn't said that about the regulatory framework.
It's in the testimony of the witness, Your Lordship, if I may draw
Yes,
your attention.
please. Yeah. You could ask the witness to refresh and tell us, but you can't tell us on behalf of the witness. It's not your statement, it's the witness's statement. You see my point? Procedurally.
Absolutely.
Of course, ultimately we have it in front of us, but we are presuming it is, unless it's written by you. Have you written it?
No, Your Lordship.
Okay.
So to refresh your memory, in the testimony you gave earlier, you talked about the weak regulatory framework of Titan. Can you shed light upon the same?
I'm terribly sorry. Third time.
Your question is disallowed. Please proceed.
Do you have any final remarks regarding the accountability of Mr.
It's an
Verne?
open-ended question. You cannot put it that way. Put a specific question, let there be an answer that will come.
And if you don't have anything, you can stop. We might feel more happy and give you more marks because you saved our time as well.
So, from your experience, is there any mechanism that Mr. Verne could have implemented?
Certainly. As per global standards, there is a real emphasis on ensuring ethics in the crypto community, and FATF has issued recommendations. These could have been implemented. Additionally, there also could have been implementation of KYC measures to ensure that the people trading on the platform are not trying to launder money.
Are these implemented across the industry?
It's recommended that they are implemented. There isn't uniform implementation because these are indeed recommendations.
Are you aware about Flagpole LLC?
Yes.
Can you explain to the bench what Flagpole is?
Flagpole LLP is a hedge fund that the accused is a partner in, along with his octogenarian mother. The profits that come from Alpha Beacon were being funneled into Flagpole.
Aren't octogenarian mothers entitled to be on boards?
Your Excellency, this was not a company, this was a partnership, and she was also a partner.
What's wrong with that?
This shows that Jules Verne had a vested interest in ensuring that by hook or crook there is profits in Alpha Beacon because those profits were going into his hedge fund.
Did anyone make a complaint to the police? Or local investigation being done? This whole transaction?
Your Excellency, with regards to money being transferred to Flagpole, I do not recall any such complaint being made.
That will be all for the examination, Chief. The witness is open for cross-examination.
Just one question that I would like to put you. You have been the director of this company.
Yes.
Right? So you have been signatory to all these documents and other approvals that happen internally? Or did you ever dissent from it?
I often took a dissenting position, but I was overruled by the majority of the board.
Did you state so before the pre-trial chamber in your statement? We don't find
No,
it.
I have not. I have mentioned how...
Okay, leave it there, please. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Klex. You mentioned that you left the company in 2022.
Yes.
Was that in the last quarter of 2022?
It was not in the last quarter.
Could you explain to the court in which quarter was it?
It was in March 2022.
I'm very sorry, you are appearing for the victim, right?
Indeed.
And you're going to cross-examine.
That is what the rules say.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So by putting this question, you are in fact trying to help the defense.
So to understand, I thought
Indeed,
you're doing a
Excellencies.
very interesting hybrid of where you can take the best of the you can do what you're not allowed to do in the chief
Indeed,
through the
Excellency.
cross and get the chief in the form of a cross. But I mean, the rules say that, so you're allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you, Excellencies. Could you elaborate on, would you agree that Mr. Verne systematically misused the platform
Sorry.
under his leadership?
Rephrase your question. You are again asking for an opinion.
Was Mr. Verne systematically misusing the platform under his leadership?
Mr. Verne, although he was not particularly misusing the platform, he was allowing the misuse of the platform.
Was Mr. Verne aware of the action that were taking place in his platform?
Yes.
So you also were aware of the exchanges that were taking place in your platform, is it correct?
Yes.
You worked in close contact with Mr. Verne, so you are aware and privy to certain knowledge regarding Mr. Verne,
What knowledge are you speaking of particularly?
of the decisions that he would take place in the BOD and what exactly was his managerial duty as such.
Yes.
Was the charter document followed to the T?
Which parts of the charter document are you talking about?
With regards to appointment and with regards to remuneration as well as termination?
The charter documents were followed in that regard.
Was at any point the BOD, was at any point the CEO had equal power, if not more than the BOD?
The board of directors did have, collectively did have more power than the CEO.
Okay. You mentioned FATF guidelines. Are these guidelines being followed in your
That is a
stock?
legal question.
Excellencies? She mentioned FATF guidelines just
Yes, so-
previously in her testimony.
So she has already stated that. Why do you want to ask this question again?
Your Excellencies, the council was proceeding with their question.
Please go ahead. I know what your question is. You should not have asked it.
Okay, indeed, Your Excellencies. Are these guidelines being followed in your company as well right now?
The FATF recommendations in the company I'm presently at.
Indeed.
Okay. We are trying to implement the recommendations.
Okay. You mentioned that the accused operated the companies as through his own personal fiefdom. Is that because of his autonomous rogue functioning without paying heed to the advice of the board of directors?
I would say so, yes. Mr. Vern also did not have an employment contract. He was strongly against having an employment contract, even though the board asked him multiple times to subject to one.
Would it be right to say that there has been a substantial amount of criminal activities in the past which indicated a pattern of his modus operandi?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Was Mr. Jules Verne openly critical of the Cavan clan?
Mr. Jules Verne, despite not openly being critical, he has tried to posit himself as a protector of the Scorpions, and he has considered the Cavan clan to be oppressors of the Scorpions.
Are you aware of TSE?
Yes, but I'd prefer not to comment on it since my role has been limited to Alpha Beacon.
Okay, Mr. Clicks. Would it be right to say that he made exorbitant amount of money via fees, increased trade volumes, which ultimately enhanced his market share?
Yes.
Okay. I put to you that the volumes of exchange that took place on the platform were during the conflict?
Yes, a large volume of these transactions were during the conflict.
Point to be noted.
And there was nothing before?
There were certainly transactions before, but the market share of Alpha Beacon, as well as the number of transactions that occurred, expanding the market share, took place during the time of the conflict.
And but if you have to compare the profits before, I mean, we know you're not a chartered or a cost accountant or a finance officer, but broadly in terms of business, from the business perspective, you thought the business has suddenly increased, or you thought they always had good business?
It suddenly did increase after the conflict, and during the course of the conflict, actually.
Okay. Our impression of the order we have in front of it was he was already doing very well. The company was doing really well.
He was doing very well, but once the conflict started, there was definitely an increased volume of trades.
Would you say a substantial spike or just an increase?
A substantial spike, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Would you elaborate on Flagpole LLP? Were these fundings that were received from the company, did they go to Flagpole LLP?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by fundings?
The profits that arise through the increased trade volume, did they go to Flagpole LLP?
Yes.
But it's a cross, isn't it? I can understand your situation. Same is ours, but those are the rules. You have to abide by them.
Point to be noted, they did in fact go to Flagpole LLP. Was there any redressal mechanism placed in the company for concerns that could be raised by the employees, or were there no such redressal mechanism?
There was no such redressal mechanism.
And lastly, were you present in the company when the notice was served?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of when the notice was served. I do not recall any notice being served during my tenure.
Okay, Mr. Clicks. Lastly, could you...
I'm very sorry. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clicks, you mentioned on the stand today that you left Alpha Beacon in March 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The conflict started in April 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So that would mean that that you would have no knowledge. So you would have no knowledge of how the company functioned during the conflict.
The stirrings of the conflict started earlier than the time I left, which is what prompted me to leave in the first place. I could see the way the company was headed and the direction in which we were going, and that is what made me reach my breaking point and realize that I could not be complicit in this anymore.
All right. Mr. Clicks, you also mentioned that the board collectively has more power than the CEO. You also mentioned that the specific clauses in the charter document with regard to the CEO are followed. Why didn't you exercise these powers why didn't the board exercise these powers in controlling Jules's fiefdom?
Firstly, I am just one director. There is, the board collectively has to make a decision. And secondly, the profits were booming, and the shareholders were extremely happy and, in fact, blinded by these profits. They were very happy with the way Jules Verne was running the company, because even though these profits were coming from very questionable activities and trades, they were still profits, and the board did not want to go against the interests of the shareholders.
So the board was motivated by profits. Yes
Although
or
I
no,
per-
Mr. Clicks? The board
the
is
You
entire-
asking this question?
The entire
Defense counsel, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm terribly sorry. On that, I'll probably have a disagreement with my brother on the bench. But of course, you have to choose sides.
Your Honor, moving on. Witness, did during your term at Alpha Beacon, were any titanium laws violated, or was Alpha Beacon ever penalized?
as far as I recall, there was no penalization.
All right. Now, you mentioned that you brought up disagreements with how the company was run during the board meetings.
Yes.
Were they ever brought up with Mr. Verne personally?
The board never decided to take any action in that regard.
So Mr. Verne was not aware of your personal concerns with the ethical...
Sorry, irrelevant question.
All right.
Because we have already heard enough on that.
Understood, Your Honor. You mentioned that you never brought up anything to the Titanian government. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there a reason for this?
Yes, as I've mentioned earlier, I was afraid because Mr. Jules Verne...
I'm so sorry, Mr. Witness. We know the point. Please
All
don't
right.
ask questions which lead us to the same path again.
Understood, Your Honor. Many apologies. You also mentioned that Mr. Clicks, in your testimony on record, you mentioned that Mr. Verne was motivated by profit and power. Were these his exact words?
I'm very sorry. Could you explain how that question is relevant?
Your Honor, the specific profit, through this question, I want to establish that any speculations as to Mr. Verne's intentions in...
Whether using it specifically or not, I'm not sure if it makes any difference, although it's for the prosecution
Your
to
Honor,
object
if,
on these issues,
the
but
counsel
I don't
submit-
think so.
Apologies.
Yes, go on. Yeah.
Apologies. The counsel submits that unless these words were specifically heard or in any manner alluded to, it would be mere speculation on the witness's part.
Okay, and so let us say the
Apologies. Witness, did you ever witness Mr. Verne mention specifically that he worked for profit or power?
Even though he did not mention
Yes
these
or no,
words
witness,
specifically,
please.
his actions definitely alluded to the fact that he was working for profit and power.
Alluded to in your opinion?
You can use the words, I put it to you.
All right.
Hey, I put it to you.
All right. Apologies, Your Honor.
Court is addressing the witness, we should not.
And
I put it to you and put it to her.
yes, thank you, Your Honor. Finally, Mr. Clicks, you once again testified that the misuse was common knowledge and that anyone that brought it up was terminated. Correct?
Terminated, silenced, intimidated, posed legal threats against.
But none of this ever happened to you and you resigned of your own will?
This is because, again, I bring this up in the board meetings.
All right, but no actions were taken against you. This,
sorry, could you elaborate your objection?
Yes, Your Lordship. The same was already asked by means of my fellow counsel in the chief examination.
But they have a right to object to that in a cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
What's
Cross-examination
the
is
problem
boundless.
with that?
The same was already answered, Your Lordship. And the fact has been
Now, sorry, cross-examination, sky is the limit.
Exactly, and it's their
Chief,
discretion.
you have limitations.
No objection is disallow.
once again, reiterating, you testified that this was common knowledge.
This was common knowledge amongst employees.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clicks. No further questions, Your Honor.
One question, sorry. One question that, is it right to say, based on whatever you stated before the court, that it took 6 years for you to have this awakening of leaving the organization?
Your Excellency, I did think that by raising concerns and by some means or the other, I would be able to help in Alpha Beacon turning around, trying to impose like greater compliance standards.
Okay, fine. Got it.
Your Excellency, if I may add, I've been advocating for stricter compliance and better internal governance in my new organization very consistently since.
In a new organization?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Call your election.
Good afternoon, Mr. T. Can you please state your name, occupation, and professional background for the record?
Yes, I am Leo T. I am a cyber forensic specialist attached to the Titan Police Department, and I have expertise in blockchain technology.
Can you describe your expertise in the said blockchain technology?
Yes, in particular, my role in this matter was to find out how THC was related to the crimes being committed by the Scorpions.
What role did you play in the said investigation that you did on TSC?
Yes, so in terms of TSC, I investigated how exactly the sensitive information of the Cavern clan was being uploaded by the Scorpions onto the database, and the way the database was being used due to its availability to ensure that the Scorpions would carry out several crimes against the Cavern clan.
How did your department first become aware of the misuse of the said platform?
So it was my expertise that first pointed this out, given the fact that the police force has rudimentary knowledge of blockchain technology, and therefore I was the expert called in to investigate the matter.
Could you further explain the findings of your investigation?
Yes, so the findings of the investigation was that TSC as a blockchain technology, as a private blockchain technology, was being used due to its extreme accessibility, given the fact that it did not need a secure internet connection, it did not need any special hardware or technical knowledge, and therefore even a person with extremely rudimentary understanding could use this digital ledger to upload sensitive data about these Cavern clan members onto the database, and in real time mobs of people used to gather around them and commit acts of violence.
So was the accused, as the CEO of the platform and the creator of the other platform, aware of these activities on his platform?
Yes. On November 15th, with my report, a legal notice was sent to Mr. Jules Verne via email, as well as the TSC headquarters.
I'm so sorry, the question was the accused aware?
Yes, I'm just trying to explain why the accused would have been aware of the same.
Your Honor, was the accused aware is a leading question.
Can you please stand up while you're
Apologies, Your Honor. Was the witness aware, was the accused aware would be a leading question.
Why is it a leading question?
Because the answer would be yes or no, and that would direct the witness towards an answer.
I think we'll have to have a big debate on what is a leading question, because that's not the understanding. So at least from my part, I'm going to overrule that objection, and of course subject to what the President thinks.
Your Excellency, may I proceed?
No, wait for the questions.
Sure. So, while investigating the accused platforms, were there any signs that the accused might have been aware of the use of his platforms for the said crimes?
Yes, given the fact that we had sent a legal notice addressed to him, both via email to his email address as well as to the office in a physical copy.
So, what was the response of the accused to the said notice?
To my knowledge, there was absolutely no action taken.
Sorry, officer, I have a question. I'm just trying to understand. So your logic is, if you have sent a notice to somebody, then it means that that person is presumed to have knowledge of having committed the crime.
Your Excellency, given the fact that the notice was specifically addressed to Mr. Verne, and given the fact that the police notice sent was elaborating on extremely grave acts of violence being committed, it is almost inconceivable that the CEO who the notice is directed to would not have knowledge of the notice at all.
So tomorrow, if you decide to send a notice to me saying I've committed serious crimes against humanity, there would be a presumption that I've committed those crimes because you have sent me a notice.
In terms of the legal presumption, I wouldn't be able to comment. I'm not a lawyer.
No, but you are an investigator, right? And are you able to frame people just by sending them notices for serious
Your
offenses?
Excellency, I apologize. I'm a cyber forensic analyst who is affiliated with the police department. I'm not a police officer. So in terms of arrests or something like that, I would not have the expertise to comment on that.
But in your knowledge, have you come across that, do you think this police department that you're associated with, or which you provide support, tends to do these things?
In terms of a legal notice, yes, and then further action is
And
taken.
the presumption. Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just ask this question? Did you have an open mind about it?
Yes, Your Lordship, Your Excellency. Given the fact that I was not biased towards either the Scorpion or the Cavern clan, I simply wanted to ensure that any acts of violence perpetrated against anyone were stopped. It just happened to be that the TSC was being used by the Scorpion specifically.
That was your personal opinion of what answer you're given right now, right?
Yes.
Further, could you shed light upon the contents of the said notice and the email that you sent?
So the contents of the notice sent via email and physical copy was asking the platform to cooperate with the police department in an investigation to find out further ways to enable TSC to stop the crimes being committed, and also informing them about the ways that the crimes were being committed with the usage of TSC.
In your expertise, can you elaborate on how TSC's design could have contributed to the conflict?
Absolutely. TSC as a blockchain technology was extremely accessible, given the fact that it was made in a way where you did not need any special technical knowledge, you did not need a special computer or hardware particularly, and you did not need a strong internet connectivity. So even in a rural area, or even if someone who does not have great technical knowledge about blockchain, they could use it.
So, in what ways would the Scorpions could have weaponized the platform to commit such crimes?
Given the fact that
I think just go on. It's okay. Fine. I won't interject.
Given the fact that this platform allowed the Scorpions to in real time upload information that was accessible to everybody, this information was then used by Scorpion clan members who were around the area where a Cavern clan member might be passing, and this allowed them to gather en masse to this person and perpetrate violence.
Were there any regulatory challenges that you faced during the course of your investigation?
Indeed, given the fact that blockchain is an emerging technology, currently the regulatory standards are a little bit weak in terms of jurisdiction, but the police department, as well as me in my expertise, tried our best to ensure that these acts were not allowed by TSC.
So, as per your expertise, how did such absence of regulations contributed to the crisis?
In my expertise, the regulators were not able to legally call Jules Verne out on his ignoring of the THC related violence, and given the fact that THC was perpetrating this violence, if there was stronger legislation, it would have helped the police department and the courts to act faster.
Okay, witness, when the information relating to these wrongdoings or whatever you would call had reached the police, and then you were asked to do the analysis or whatever support as an expert, didn't you have any technology to block when you prima facie felt that this platform could be blocked from usage?
Your Lordship, the police department, given the fact that blockchain is a very new technology, did not have the technology at the time, and it had
That's
to be
fine.
created.
But you are an expert. Did you
Yes.
give any such suggestion that
yes.
this could be blocked?
Yes, Your Excellency, certainly. I gave a suggestion.
Is there anything that you had stated before the pre-trial chamber and in your statement which we have in front of us?
No, Your Excellency.
That's it. Please.
If I may have one more question. So, as per your expertise, what could have Mr. Verne what Mr. Verne could have done in such a scenario to respond to such crisis?
So in such a scenario, given the fact that it was a private blockchain run by Mr. Jules Verne's platform, he could have placed restrictions upon the usage of the platform. He could have disbanded the platform in the area of Titan. Even if the information was immutable, if you can place restrictions and disband it, then the violence could have stopped later on.
I'm not sure disbanding is the way out, but based on your expertise, what measures could have been taken specifically?
Specifically, Mr. Verne could have drafted SOPs, code of conducts for his platform, and he could have ensured that restrictions were placed on individuals who are using this platform to commit acts of violence.
In your opinion, drafting an SOP would have aided to control the activities?
Yes, given the fact that it would then become a mandate for the platform and the users of the platform as well as the employees at the platform to ensure that it reduced the usage of TSC in acts of violence.
Just one more question. In your statement to the pre-trial chamber, you said it has become a tool for commission of genocide. But in your deposition here, you only said acts of violence.
I apologize, Your Excellency. I'm not well versed in the legal differentiation given the fact that I'm not a legal expert. I might have said genocide there, but I'm saying violence.
Thank you.
No further questions for the examination in chief. The witness is open for cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Leo. I would have just few specific questions for you. Please elaborate on them. Is it right to say that while the data was immutable, it could be observed by anyone, including Mr. Jules Vaughn?
Yes.
Is it also right to say that these services were designed in a way that came with a malified intention?
I cannot comment as to the intention of Mr. Vaughn while creating the service, given that I'm not part of the platform itself. But the way it was enacted was in a malicious way by the Scorpions.
Is it true that unlike normal blockchain technologies, this one functioned in a way that primarily gave offline functioning facility as well?
Yes, indeed.
And is it also right that Scorpions, the Scorpion community did not have internet access?
Yes. In certain areas of the community.
Thank you. In your investigation, was it revealed that Scorpions constantly used the platform to update themselves about the whereabouts of the Cavern community?
That is how they operated.
In your expert opinion, was the lack of regulatory compliance misused by the accused?
Most certainly.
Finally, did your investigation lead to any finding of where the substantial chunk of money that was earned by Mr. Vaughn go to?
In terms of the TSC investigation, no. But later on, I was also asked to help with the investigation on Alpha Beacon, and we were able to find out that the chunk of money and profit that was being generated from the proceeds of crime was going to his private investment vehicle, Flagpole.
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up for the previous question. You said that absence of a regulatory framework would allow the accused to misuse the system.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yeah, so what's the standard you're going to apply for misuse? Because when there's no regulation, how do we decide what is use and misuse? So based on your technical expert, could you tell us what could be that standard?
The standard for misuse? I believe the standard for misuse would be a standard that is held to the fact that misuse in the case of any crime. Crime.
So are you saying that this technology must necessarily be for the public good?
Yes, Your Excellency.
No less, no more.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Right?
In terms of...
So that's the gold standard, isn't it?
Yes, that is the standard.
And lastly, is it also right to say that after knowing or after having the knowledge, Mr. Jules Vaughn did not implement any safeguards?
Not to my knowledge, he did not.
Okay, thank you. That'll be all.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leo. Mr. Leo, you testified that the Titanian Police Department lacks even a rudimentary understanding of blockchain. Did this not cause roadblocks in your investigation?
It did, which is why I was called in as the expert to help them overcome these roadblocks.
So you were the only person in the Titanian Police Department with any sort of expertise in blockchain?
In my department, yes. There
All
might
right.
have been other experts in other departments as part of the investigation that I'm not aware of.
Okay. And Mr. Leo, you mentioned that the information logged onto TSC was accessible as well as immutable.
Yes.
Wouldn't this mean that the Titanian Police Department themselves could also have access to this information in yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Leo, you were part of the drafting of the legal notice sent.
Yes.
Is there a reason that this lacked legal sanction?
I would like to clarify that this did not lack legal sanction, given the fact that it was just a notice asking for cooperation with the police. It was not a warrant or summons that would need a magistrate's signature.
But was Mr. Vaughn bound to follow this notice?
No, but he was bound to stop a crime being committed by his platform.
All right. Mr. Leo, I would like to remind you that you did in fact mention that you are not a legal expert. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Leo, would you believe that TSC was created with the intention of misuse?
I cannot comment to that. I was not part of TSC.
All right. Now, you mentioned, would you agree?
Sorry, so sorry. In your examination in chief, you said that it was very much vulnerable to be misused.
Yes,
now
it
you're
was-
saying it is not. So we are a bit confused.
No, I'm trying to say that I cannot comment as to the intention of when THC was created, how it was created, the intention. I'm not talking about if it was misused later on. I'm saying the reality was that it was misused, but I cannot comment as to Mr. Jules Verne's intention while creating TSC.
All right. Now, Mr. Leo, would you agree that Titan is mostly rural?
Yes.
All right. Now, finally, Mr. Leo, you mentioned, would you agree that?
Yes.
Question that was brought forth.
I think even the council realized that.
Okay.
And the council is trying to move on. So let's save time.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may, I might also expand on the reasoning behind the rural question.
If you want trouble, you can. That's going to eat into your time.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so
I'll
move on. Much wiser thing.
Finally, Mr. Leo, would you agree that most of the caverns were engaged in the gems and urban industries trade, and they would derive use from TSC structure?
Again, I cannot comment as to that. I am not a part of the cavern clan who use this technology for such a thing.
But even in your examination into TSC, you did not discover who their user base looked like?
The user base, while I was examining TSC, was the Scorpions.
All right.
Mainly.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Witness, what are your formal academic qualifications?
I have a PhD in computer science and I have a diploma in blockchain technology.
What was your PhD research topic?
My PhD research topic was on the dangers of deepfake technology in AI. Am I excused, Your Excellencies?
I must say you've been ahead of time. We are very impressed.
Your Excellencies, this is Council number 2, representing the legal representatives of the victim. I shall now call upon to the stand Dominic Valor, victim witness number 1. Your Excellencies, also for the purpose of oath taking, we deem it to be administered. Much obliged. Mr. Valor, I can't begin to imagine and put into words how difficult it would be for you to have undergone so many losses and to have first-hand witnessed losses of life, property, and several other monetary losses.
Put the question straight.
Indeed, Your Excellencies. So, how are you personally affected by the conflict?
Personally, I am affected by the conflict that my generations of family has disappeared, and a lot of cultural heritage and economic losses.
All right. Can you also describe to us the history between the two warring factions, Caverns and Scorpions?
Sorry, that's a leading question. You are already deciding what has happened.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Excellencies. Can you describe the history between the two clans?
The history between the two clans was always problematic, but we were negotiating the differences very well. We had mechanisms in our legal systems to negotiate these differences so that the society do not turn xenophobic. But with time, it has been lost. That is what I refer as my values and cultural heritage.
Could you explain these mechanisms for dispute resolution?
The dispute resolution mechanism included taking consent like plebiscite or referendum or initiatives of recall to the legislative decisions that we could take, which are the initiatives of direct democracy we followed.
Did you make these statements in your written evidence?
We got a recognition by the act of government on these.
No, sorry. Sorry, very sorry. My question was different.
Yes, sir.
You provide your written statement here in a written form.
Yes.
In that communication,
yes.
Do you speak about these dispute resolution mechanisms?
No, I talk about the cultural heritage or the values of the legal systems what we have. By that I mean that to extend the meaning for that.
Mr. One, the reason I would be reluctant, or the court would be reluctant, is because we have to be fair to the defense as well. So if you start bringing in new things, they're questions of preparation. So you might have to, of course, you're not strictly bound by this, you can elaborate, but don't try not to travel too far.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm 67. I'm so sorry on
No,
that.
no, we perfectly
I'm
understand
so
your
sorry.
situation.
I'm so
We are
sorry on
fully,
that. And
fully sympathize
it's
with
very
you.
heavy on me to come to this court.
Yes.
But
We are grateful that you've
I do
come.
not want to recount my problems. I look on the court to deliver justice.
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may proceed. Mr. Valor, what was the type of treatment to your community by the Scorpion community?
The treatment is, I would make a direct statement that they envied, because we had mechanisms to preserve our resources and we manage our resources well. So our community gradually became more rich. So that was a point of envy there. And then we used to negotiate, as I said, and then at one particular point it turned hostile to us, killing almost 25 of our clan members, Valor clan members, out of 30 left. So we are only 5 now.
All right. In your witness testimony, you've also stated that you were attacked 3 times.
Yes.
During which period were you attacked?
It's
in particular?
I'm so sorry again. We're getting back to the same situation. Even if it's here in the witness testimony,
Indeed.
you have to get the witness to speak.
Indeed. I'll rephrase
If
the
required,
question.
refresh the memory.
Indeed, Your Excellencies. My apologies. Mr. Valor, were you affected in any form or capacity during the conflict?
See, my whole existence is breathing. My cultural heritage is lost. My family is lost.
Counsel, you are putting a very open-ended question, inviting the story rather than a specific answer.
Mr. Valor, did you have assassination attempts on you?
Yes, my hand is...
Leading question.
All right, I'll move on to the next question, Your Excellencies. In your personal opinion, and according to the shared opinion of your community, Your Excellency, they firsthand speak to the experience that they have undergone through the conflict.
I wanted to ask the question as to what prejudice he has suffered as a result of this scheme of action.
Can you, the Excellency?
What prejudice have you suffered in terms of daily living as a result of this scheme of action? That's what you've asked.
But the question has already been put by the court, so let him answer.
Yeah, if
Yeah, I can take that. So it's that my closed ones are not there. I just live with their memories now. I have, if you may allow.
I'm very sorry at this juncture. I'm going to talk to your lawyer first. Just please pause for a minute. If something is going to come out which has not been on the record already,
Indeed, Your Excellency.
we are going to take it very seriously against you. We have to respect the witness. You need to be aware, this is criminal trial.
Indeed, Your Excellency. Indeed. There won't be any record, there won't be any evidence that's brought onto the record which is personally incriminating against the defense. It would be something of their personal experience, if I'm
No, nothing has to bias us outside of what is already on the record. You can't use anything which is going to affect us in any manner, because if it affects us in any manner, it's prejudicial to one of the parties. If it's not on the record, we are not going to see it. I'm sorry, but that's the procedure. That's what fairness means.
Indeed, Your Excellency.
I think it's a very important point that my brother makes, and that is that.
I'm sorry.
We will love to hear you.
Yeah.
If you are a little patient.
Yes.
What my brother is saying is that there can't be surprises in this court, unless there is an extraordinarily compelling reason that cropped up yesterday that none of us might know, which would sway the decision in this case, which is crucial to be thrown into the scales at the end of the day.
Indeed,
Unless it
Your
is that kind of material, we don't need to introduce any new material, because to ensure a sense of fairness, a fair trial.
Indeed,
Right?
Your Excellency, the witness will refrain from invoking the same.
Yeah. I totally respect the court, and this one I would like to keep. These were photos of my children.
I'm very sorry, sir. If you could, sir, we are in the court of law, so we have to follow some procedures, okay? So it would be good if you avoid direct communication with us. And
yes.
Of course, you address us.
Yes.
But let's not make it our conversation. It is through your lawyers, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Valor, have you used TSC previously?
Yes, we have used TSC.
Have you, through the KYC process, have you given out any information of yours while onboarding? Your Excellency, that's merely the procedure that's followed when you enter an app.
That has been followed. He's simply asking the question whether you have given any material that doesn't need to be misused. That's the implication.
Mr.
You're
Valaki.
giving it, let's say you give your information to a bank, and some bank clerk was to give it to somebody who should not be having that information, that will be a misuse. That's the question he's asking.
Indeed.
So
Your
let him
Excellency.
ask the question. Question is allowed.
Yeah. Can you please answer the same question?
Can you just rephrase the question for me? I just lost it.
So, while onboarding or while you started using the app or the platform, did you give out any information? What kind of information?
Yeah, we gave our personal data, we gave our location access to TSC because it was used for us. It used to help us without internet in the rural setting. So we gave most of the information to them based on the same merit, and the trust. It was the trust that we had. But later it turned hostile to us and the situation and the concern.
When you started, did you have any problems with the app, with the platform? Your Excellency, I'm merely asking if they had any problems with the app.
Yeah, there's nothing to lead in that.
You can ask the question. Did you find that very useful? You can ask him that question when you cross.
The time is up, so this is your last question.
I will wrap it up with 2 follow-up questions.
No, you cannot.
More.
This is your last question, and the witness is 30 seconds. If he exceeds the time, you will be penalized.
Indeed, Your Excellency. Did you have any problems while using the app, TSE?
Initially, no, but later on they were used to track our real-time locations, which we never consented for. So that
Point
was
to
the
be noted,
problem.
Your Excellencies. That's all the questions we have.
Did you file a consent form with this company every time you gave them data information?
Yeah, the consent form which we filed, though I may not have gone through it very thoroughly, that is my honest answer, but the very purpose for the filing consent was for our betterment.
Yeah, but you don't know what the contents of the consent
I'm
form
so
were. So
sorry.
it could
I'm
be
so sorry.
even be an empty consent form, isn't it? Possible, yeah.
Possibly,
It's okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Valor.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible? Please answer the following questions in yes or no.
I'm very sorry.
Yes, Your Lordship.
That's not done. If the witness has to speak freely, of course, he can't go on a trail.
I understand.
But you can't conscribe in yes or no.
I understand.
Unless you have framed as yes or no question.
I have. Okay, you want me to frame it in the.
You put the question in such a way.
I understand. I understand.
Unless you agree with us that all your questions are going to be yes or no questions.
No, I understand
Yes,
what
yeah.
the Honorable Bench is saying. I will restrict myself. Would it be correct to say that you were a survivor of 3 assassination attempts?
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that you personally first-hand witnessed atrocities against...
I'm very sorry, madam. We've heard all of that. Can you come to your cross-examination or your
Cross-examination. Cross-examination.
I almost thought you want to do a chief in the form of a cross. The way you're asking questions. We have heard all of that. Come to cross.
Yes, Your Lordships. What was the purpose that you used TSC for?
For our benefit, as I told.
Your Lordships, I wanted details as to what this platform was used, because this platform could be used for multiple purposes.
Counsel, when there's an attributed position and that fact has not been disputed by any party, why do you want to hammer that question to the witness and take it? We all know it. Has this particular fact been disputed by anyone?
No, Your Lordships, I asked as to what purpose it was used for. There is a specific mention in the written statement or the communication as provided to this Honorable Court by Mr. Valor, which is why I just wanted to, bring on record why this was mentioned. Yes, Mr. Valor. Could you please specifically mention as to what purpose this platform TSC was used for by you?
It used to help us in most of our daily works. It used financial transactions or it used to make our lives easier. And the most convenient thing was it could operate in a rural setting without or with very less internet.
Mr. Counsel, can you focus on questions which avoid repetition? Because all your questions are repetition.
I understand, yes. In your communication presented to this court, if I may please quote, you mentioned, during the conflict, our people were hunted like animals. The scorpions, mercilessly organized and ruthless, used TSC as their weapon of choice to track and attack us. Are you aware of this statement made by you?
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that TSC was the sole platform used to attack your clan?
I can tell you that it was one of the platform.
Are you aware of any other platforms?
No.
You should have been the defense counsel when you're putting these questions.
I apologize, Your Lordship. Yes. In your statement mentioned, in the communication that you stated to this court, you mentioned that the accused might claim TSC was neutral, but for us it was anything but. It became the enabler of violence, giving scorpions the means to find and target us in ways they could have never managed on their own. Are you aware of the statement made by you?
Yes, yes. All these statements are made by me, and I am aware about.
So would it be correct to say?
And you stand by this?
Yes, I stand. I stand by all
Would
the
it-
statements.
Counsel, why don't you do one thing?
Yes, Your
You
Lordship.
just say that you have made a statement.
Yes.
And you stand by all the contents stated therein. That's it.
Yes.
One question and one answer will close everything for all, rather than putting each and every sentence to him.
Sure, I
and taking it
understand.
in.
Yes. To follow, as the honorable court mentioned, are you of knowledge of every statement made by you in the communication to this honorable court?
Yes, yes.
And are you attesting to the same?
Yes, yes. I stand by.
Would it be correct to say that the scorpions would have never been able to find you and target you?
I'm very sorry. You still
Yes,
didn't
Your
understand what my brother judge was saying. He was saying you can make a reference to the paragraph which we are aware of.
Yes.
So it brings it on record and ask your question.
Yes, Your Lordships, I have brought on record this present statement, and
We are saying yes. Your answer to my question,
Yes.
yes, Your Lordship, we
Yes.
have done that. That's taken care of. Now you go to the second stage, but point out to that first stage without reading it out and elaborating.
yes, yes, I understand. It was a question that I was trying to pose to the witness, Your Lordships. If I may please. Yes. With reference to the said statement by you, would it be correct to say that they could have not, the scorpions would have never been able to access your location otherwise than for this said platform?
Yes, as I have told in my statements, like I stand by all the statements that I have made there. To the
Was there any means that you or your community tried to approach the platform?
providing information was very easy, but withdrawing it was nearly impossible to us. So we were not able to communicate them for this withdrawal. We tried contacting the administration also, but it all went in vain, and then suddenly things escalated.
How was this communication made to the admin?
The members of our clan tried communicating, mainly electronic.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Valor. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the profound loss your family has incurred. Before the conflict, you used TSC. Isn't that so?
Yes.
And did you consider it a dangerous technology at the time?
We counted our benefits and we trusted the person.
Understood. In your testimonies that you have previously admitted to on record,
Yes.
You mentioned that children and young adults were targeted.
Yes.
Couldn't that information be taken from anywhere else, say social media platforms?
No, the locations as such, sometimes very remote, possibly only members of our family or clan would have been known. We do not find any other sources that could have disclosed this location.
All right.
So it's a direct inference that I would make to the setting here that it was TSC. It was TSC.
All right. Now, Mr. Valor, you mentioned that you tried redressal mechanisms but to no avail.
Yes.
Isn't that right? Did you try approaching law enforcement regarding your information being leaked?
Law enforcement, we tried reaching out the administration as such, and most of our disputes, as I told, is based on our heritage.
Mhm.
So our reliance on the formal system was a little less.
All right.
So we tried, as I told you, the information was shared based on trust. We contacted the administration and we never expected this conflict to escalate in such a great
Understood. Mr. Valor, would you agree that the tensions between caverns and scorpions has predated the conflict by quite a long while?
I'm not able to get your question.
The tensions between the cavern clan and the scorpion clan.
He spoke about the history in the first question in examination in chief.
Understood, Your Honor. I will move on.
Yeah.
Apologies, Your Honor. Finally, you mentioned that TSC was used by the scorpions. Was this something you saw or something you heard?
I myself have given my data to TSC. So I am also a user. So it's an experience, I would frame it better.
So, Mr. Counsel, that was discussed elaborately, including the procedures, consent, handling of information.
Apologies, Your
Would
Honor.
you like to ask questions which will help your case, your
Yes,
client?
I had one follow-up here.
That it is based on conjecture. That is a figment of his imagination.
Apologies, Your Honor.
Ask him whether isn't that testimony based on conjecture. That it is a figment of his imagination, that his imagination is running riot. Put it.
Mr. Valor, since you never saw TSC actually being used, are you sure that it was in fact part of the conflict, or was this something that you heard?
Counsel, you put one very simple question as what the honorable presiding member said.
Mr. Valor.
You are stating what you have heard from people. Matter ends.
All right. And finally, Mr. Valor, you mentioned multiple times that this was data that you uploaded. Isn't that right?
Counsel, why are you just trying to swim into those territories? You could have put this question and you would have got an answer and you would have concluded your cross-examination.
If I may, I think it's getting into murky waters and we might have some difficult situation. You want to move on and ask a more direct question on something which helps your case?
Okay.
Leave it, it's okay, don't worry. We don't want to force questions on you
All right.
if you're not comfortable. But then you move on to something which gives us some substance in the dispute.
I just had one final question, Your Honor. Once again, the data that the scorpions accessed was uploaded by you, isn't that right?
I told it in the very beginning.
That's all. I just wanted to establish that,
in the
Your
very
Honor. Thank
beginning.
you.
Yeah, there's one question, witness we would like to answer. We would want to ask you, why is it that you had more stress on approaching the administrative authorities and not the police? Throughout your deposition, you speak about your culture and tradition, but you need to go to the enforcement authorities. Why is it that you didn't think it fit to register proper cases?
Sir, the terrain what we live in is a hilly terrain, and most of our needs are self-satisfactory. We have a much decentralized community.
Even when 3 assassination attempts have been made against you?
Sir, that is when we took the matter serious, and that is when we gave it to the state and administration, and we sought their help. And I would also make the statement that the state also failed in its first duty to protect our community. So I have a substantial grievance towards the perpetrator as well as state for doing the same.
Your Excellency, now we call upon victim witness number 2, Amor Tovelis. Your Excellencies, if I may. Mr. Tovelis, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Amor Tovelis. I am 47 years old and I am a Titanian citizen. I am the editor-in-chief of In the News. We report in Titan of the successes, their failures, and we're known for our groundbreaking news.
All right. So would you say that you have substantial amount of years under your belt as experience?
Yes, I have nearly 20 years of experience in investigative journalism. So I am well aware of the conflict that is going on, and I have reported on a lot of the successes of Titan, on a lot of the failures.
All right. Have you had, or during your course of investigation and throughout the course of investigation over 20 years, have you had any similar other instances with respect to this instance? Any similar instances?
Similar? No, this has been one of the worst.
Okay.
Since, if we're speaking in historical terms, this conflict has been going on for a very long time. And once government was put in place, after we got in the Constitution in 1935, all of these instances of whether it's backlash against the government, whether it's tensions between the community, it has been going on for a very long time. It is due to the economic divide, the geographical divide, so it's a long-standing conflict, and we have been reporting on it.
All right, thank you. Now that you mentioned it's one of the worst attacks, what would you describe as the scale of this attack?
The scale of this attack? Well, there have been 120 deaths, there have been 1,200 people who have suffered injury. Some of them have been life-altering. There have been people that have been displaced, around 500 of them, and a lot of acts of violence, including kidnapping, sexual acts. So the scale is, it's massive.
All right. From your investigation, what does your finding reveal as to what the accused's involvement is in the current case?
Mr. Jules Verne is the creator of a revolutionary technology, blockchain technology. And we know this technology to be neutral, so we know that it can be misused. We also know that the Titan's regulatory laws are not the strongest. And so, in the context of the conflict, we have seen that Mr. Jules Verne...
Ms. Stovels, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Can you try to give us shorter answers? Because you are not one of the victims, you are an experienced journalist.
Yes.
So could you just limit yourself to focus?
Yes, I will, sir. So Mr. Jules Verne's technology was used by certain communities, Scorpion as well as people who sympathize with the Scorpion's cause, to target members of another community, being the Valors in the Cavern
Mr.
clan.
Counsel, also a point for you. You're asking too open-ended and
I'll keep it specific. Your
venturing
Excellencies.
questions.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep it specific. My apologies. Do you know of the company Flagpole?
Flagpole, yes, it is one of Mr. Jules Verne's ventures.
All right. What's the involvement of that company in the current case at hand?
Well, from my experience of investigating into Mr. Jules Verne's ventures, it seems that on the onset, it seems like it is an investment vehicle. It is a company that is creating synthetic products. It's well known, and Mr. Jules Verne's businesses, all of them are very well known. But a lot of the funds from our investigation, we see that the funds are being channeled into Flagpole. All of the profits of Alpha Beacon, of TSC, into Flagpole.
All right. Would it... okay. You are a journalist and you are responsible to take news to the people. And would it be right to say that a significant amount of people know of this conflict, the conflict between Scorpions and Caverns?
Yes, please. Sustain, I mean.
Indeed, Your Excellency. Is it general knowledge to the public? Is the conflict general knowledge to the public?
Of course, as I
Again,
said,
an
this
objection,
is...
sustained.
Your Excellency, the witness is a journalist, and I'm barely asking if they are aware of whether the public at large
Also, this is
aware.
not an interview. This is not an interview that you are conducting across the electronic media. You have to stick to the facts and put the questions here. You are not eliciting opinions. So place these things in your mind.
Are you suggesting that this journalist has gone and done full public data sampling details and is going to tell us what the public opinion is? Is that your assertion?
Your Excellency, this new...
She is just a journalist. She is no expert.
Indeed, Your Excellency, but this news is public knowledge. I'm just asking if they're aware if this is public knowledge or not.
If it is public knowledge, according to you, that judicial notice of that fact could be taken by us.
But even otherwise, you are asking a journalist as to if the journalist has done a data collection, information, what's the basis? I mean, we don't see the connection, and you still insist on that. You can, but we're not pleased at all.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question this way, Your Excellency. Have you published any reports with respect to this conflict?
Which is already on record. Again, an objection sustained even before, as it is about to be raised. We have it in front of us.
So,
If you don't have questions, you can close, save time. We'll be more happy with you.
all right, Your Excellency. So, does the CEO have any role with regards to placing safeguards?
Repeatedly written about this conflict. That's it. Start like that. Start with the rudiments. Have you
all right.
repeatedly, over a period of time, written about this conflict?
All right. Have you written about this conflict at length on various occasions?
So this conflict being one of the worst historically, and having started in April.
Have you written anything about this conflict?
Yes, I've consistently reported about this conflict.
All right. So, as the CEO of a company, does a CEO in general?
By the police with regard to your articles. Ask her.
Your Excellency, can you come again?
Yeah. Has the police or any investigatory authority inquired from you about your article? Ask her those questions.
Yeah, if you may answer the same question.
Have any police inquired with me about articles?
Yeah. No, Your Excellency. Okay, further, do you, as the CEO of a company, are they supposed to place safeguards from your experience? Are they supposed to place safeguards in the case of them having technology? Your Excellency.
It's an opinion.
Have you been critical of the regulatory authorities for not taking action? Ask her. Because she's a journalist.
Your
Investigative
Excellency.
journalism requires you to play all the roles. Have you inquired? Have you critiqued the regulatory authorities such as the stock exchange or the CDS or whatever it was, as to what action they had taken consequent to the articles that she had written?
Have you critiqued in the past?
You need to ask difficult questions.
Indeed, Your Excellency. Have you in the past critiqued about the CEOs and their lack of involvement in companies?
We've critiqued Mr. Jules Verne. We've critiqued the fact that they do not have enough safeguards in place for technology of this scale. They decide that it is supposed to be
on the role of CEOs.
Yes.
Have you written anything?
On the role of CEOs?
That's what he was asking.
On the role of CEOs, we've not written on the role of CEOs.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So, what are the safeguards that should be taken from your experience as someone who has written at length about technology?
Hasn't written anything on CEOs. They just said, and you're
No,
saying
Your
it
Excellency,
like-
safeguards that have to be placed in case of a technology company.
Have you
that
written
is-
on this?
Yes, I have written on safeguards. I
On
mentioned that I had
safeguards in
written on
technology.
safeguards. Yes.
So you have done investigative journalism about the conflict or about technologies that can be used for blockchain and their safeguards?
In respect of Titan, I have written about the conflict and I have written about the successes of Titan. So Mr. Jules Verne does come under the successes of Titan. I have interviewed him as well.
On duties of CEO, you said
No,
you
not on the
haven't-
duties of the CEO.
You haven't written anything?
No, on the safeguards in place of the technology. So if there is any suspicious activity, for example, then what exactly should be the response of the company to that? So I have written about it because it's very weak and the CEO hasn't done anything. We've also critiqued the government and their weak regulatory oversight in this case.
Yeah. As a consequence, what are the safeguards that are supposed to be taken?
Safeguards in... I mentioned that flagging any kind of suspicious activity, your customers ought to know if there is any kind of suspicious activity that is being taken on the platform.
Through the course of your investigation...
I'm sorry, what's the status on time?
It's already time is
Up?
up.
Okay, I think
One
enough.
last question.
No
Your
more
Excellency.
questions. Thank you very much.
That's all the questions.
I have a question for you. So, witness, you are the investigative journalist and you are the editor of the company, is it?
I have experience in investigative journalism.
But
Right
this-
now,
But the investigation, the journalist or the reporter who has conducted this investigation was you or somebody else?
no, sir, there was a team of around
Who has done
12.
the ground level reporting of these incidents? Was it you or somebody
It was
from your
not
team?
me, so I only oversaw the team.
Okay. It was somebody else.
Yes, it was another team of
Okay. So
investigative
you are
journalists.
the editor in chief.
Yes.
As a journalist, you are supposed to take the version from both the sides, isn't it?
Yes.
So, has your team members gone to the other side to take their version of the events? Yes or no?
Yes, we have.
Did you publish it?
We make sure to listen to every side of the story before
But did you publish
publishing
it in
any
your
kind
articles?
of findings.
We don't find it so.
You're supposed to do it without fear or favor. That's what Brother Judge is saying. have you given a more balanced account of your reporting?
Collected it, so you are entering into a trap. Be careful before you answer. Okay, that's it. The councils can take note of these questions and answers. Maybe we can see something in your arguments.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Good afternoon.
Would it be correct to say that you are a neutral journalist?
Yes, it would be.
Are you aware of the statements that you have made in the communication to this honorable court, and do you attest by it today?
Yes, I do.
May I draw the attention of this honorable court to page number 40, the communication made by Ms. Amor. The last line in the first paragraph, you mentioned turned into a black hole. What do you intend to say by this?
Turned into a black hole. Would you please repeat the sentence?
His empire, in my observation, has turned into a black hole, consuming everything around it to serve his insatiable greed.
Yes, well, I believe that from our investigation, Mr. Jules Verne has a lot of ventures, and it seems that his only motive is profit, and he's driven by his greed for more profit. That is what I mean by saying a black hole.
Would it be correct to say, by means of your investigations, that he would prioritize profit over ethics?
Yes, it would.
You mention in your statement further, paragraph 3 of page 40, the third line, often seemed like a front for something larger, something less noble. To what are you referring in this statement?
I believe this is with regard to the interviews that I took of him,
yes,
of Mr. Jules Verne. Yes, so whenever I would ask questions regarding the company, and in the context of the conflict as well that was going on, he seemed to deviate from it and not exactly answer the question. So it was very calculated in that sense.
By means of your previous interviews of Mr. Verne and the company, like you did state in your chief, would it be correct to say that there was constant R&D at TSC?
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that there was a pattern of aggressive hiring sprees and controversy surrounding governance at Alpha Beacon?
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that Alpha Beacon and TSC, the technologies created by Mr. Verne, seem less about building a better Titan and more about bolstering flagpole's profitability? Is that correct?
From our investigation, yes.
I'm very sorry. So you investigated into what's happening inside the company?
Oversaw the investigation and what's inside the company, what was in the public records. We couldn't
so you
exactly...
don't know anything special as to what happened inside the company? Because the way the questions were framed and you were answering, you're giving the impression that you know what was happening inside the company. I'm not sure how you would know that.
From interviews to supplement the records as well, we did have to make certain assertions.
Did you examine the public records?
Yes, we did.
Did you, in the sense, you
the investigative team. I'm sorry, the investigative
team
team.
investigated.
Yes.
Or your sources? Was it your sources or was it your team?
There were sources to supplement it again.
You personally did not
No,
question
that
any of
I
those
was not
sources?
able to personally question.
And you have seen the records of a company, or your sources have seen the records of a company?
Yes.
Okay.
And you bases the information that you received from your sources, what they have seen, what they have heard, you framed these articles, right?
Yes.
Or you drafted these articles?
My team drafted them, yes.
Your team drafted it, okay,
Yes.
very good, thank you.
Would it be correct to say that the technological tools created or designed by Mr. Verne were directly or indirectly provided to the Scorpions to commit such acts of crime?
Were directly or indirectly provided to the Scorpions. The technology was meant to be accessible, so yes.
Would it be correct to say that in the absence of these said technologies, the harm would have been much less grievous?
I don't believe I'm in a position to make any comment on that.
Why not? You just said you know about the technology. You are the one who's supposed to know this.
Yes, but if this technology wasn't in place, what other technology could have been in place? Could it have been worse?
No. The question is, in the absence of that technology, would things have been better?
Yes, they would have been better.
Yeah, that's the question.
Have you interviewed other CEOs? To rephrase my question, I believe she's already answered it. Would it be correct to say that you have interviewed other persons who created technologies in Titan?
Yes, it would be correct to say that. I've not personally interviewed them. My team has interviewed them.
How many CEOs?
I believe my team would have better
Doesn't
knowledge
matter.
of that.
Would it be correct to say that Jules Verne had a choice to use his technology otherwise than he did, by means of your investigations and interviews of him?
I'm sorry, would you please repeat?
I sure will. Do you want me to simplify my question?
Yes, please.
Would it be correct to say that Jules Verne had the knowledge of the acts that were committed by means of his platforms, and he had means to reduce its impact but chose not to actively?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. That's all, Your Lordships.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tovalis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Tovalis, do you have blockchain expertise or any sort of knowledge in the area?
Expertise, not at all.
All right. Mr. Tovalis, you said in your deposition here, as well as on your written statement that you've admitted to, that TSC gave Scorpions a technological advantage. Here, you said that it was because it was accessible. What disadvantage did caverns have because of TSC, on TSC structure?
Disadvantage?
Yes. Was there any disadvantages to caverns on TSC structure?
They were simply vulnerable, or not on TSC structure. There was no disadvantage as such.
Thank you. Mr. Tovalis, my final question. You claimed that Flagpole benefited from Alpha Beacon's success. Now, isn't it common for CEOs to invest profits into new ventures? Isn't this standard practice?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honours. No further questions.
Sorry, ask him. Are you not biased?
Apologies, Your Honour. Mr. Tovalis, wouldn't this mean that you are specifically biased against Mr. Jules?
Not wouldn't this mean. I put to you that because you're biased against the accused, you're giving this deposition.
I put to you that because you are biased, you are making this deposition.
No,
I put to you, you have deliberately put one side of the story and not both sides of the story.
I put to you that you have deliberately published one side of the story and not both.
My team, having heard different sides of the story, has published findings.
Yet you chose to publish only one side.
No,
Again.
That's a comment. And then you ask, it's possible that your team must have missed several important aspects of the story.
Is it possible?
Yes or no?
Is it possible that your team might have missed several aspects?
You're asking an opinion. That should not how your question.
No.
Did your team?
Yeah.
Did your team miss important aspects of the story?
Is there a possibility? Not yes or no. To this yes or no.
Yes, there is a small possibility. May I elaborate on it?
No, you cannot.
You cannot elaborate. You'll have
Full
to answer
stop.
in one sentence.
Yeah, full stop. And don't ask more questions after.
No, maybe we can.
But I mean, as
It's all the amount of value we place on it.
as a
Evidentiary value may be on a scale of 0 to 100, where we would pitch that is entirely our prerogative, but you can get some answer.
well, as journalists, we understand that there are many different versions of truth. So we can only look to each side and try and verify it. At some point, the facts will come up. So we've.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the reason although I said you put it, I mean, I could have done it myself because we have the discretion to do that. So nobody should feel that we are giving pointers to anybody, but presume that we asked it ourselves. Okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honour. Thank you.
Permission to. Thank you.
May the council proceed with the examination under the presumption that the oath under Article 66 has been administered? Can you please state your name, age, and occupation for the record, witness?
My name is Jules Wan. I'm 35 years old, and I am the former CEO of Alpha Beacon.
Thank you. Can you give us an overview of how TSC functioned?
Well, TSC as a technology is a cloud chain service that was developed. It is like any other cloud chain service that's there, is decentralized. It's immutable. What that means is that once information goes into the system, it cannot be altered.
Mr. Wan, what features of TSC made it unique as compared to other blockchain technologies?
Well, because we were catering to a region that sometimes most parts of the region you would find that there is no internet availability. So one of the unique features of the technology was that it was accessible even in areas where internet was not there. So.
And what was the primary user base that TSC catered to?
So we made it accessible to all, and it was made to help small businesses to thrive for those small businesses. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. What were your motivations in creating TSC?
I noticed in our country we have businesses that would like to grow, and the technology, the infrastructure, in terms of finance as well as the technology, was limiting their options. And as a fellow,
too late.
He is the creator of the technology. How can it be opinionated?
Let's avoid these direct communications. It's overruled and too late. But not because it is too late, but it's anyways overruled. The question is, I think, quite appropriate and necessary for the purposes of defense.
So the vision in creating this especially was to enable businesses, small businesses, so that they can thrive. And I think we've done that.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. Moving on to Alpha Beacon, what formal agreements governed your employment there?
In terms of employment, yeah, we had an employment contract that all of us were following, including myself.
And Mr. Wan, what were your roles and responsibilities as CEO?
As CEO, managerial roles that are associated with CEOs, mainly interacting with the board of directors, any decision that has to be taken, engage with.
It is presumed that what a CEO would do, and you have already spoken about the charter documents. Why don't you skip, come to specific questions.
I would, with respect, disagree. I think there's a story to be made here, and I can see it emerging, but it's, of course, for the President.
Apologies, Your Honor. Please describe the corporate governance structure at Alpha Beacon, Mr. Wan.
Yeah, so we have investors, we have board of directors. So in terms of a hierarchy, there's investors, board of directors, and then the CEO, myself. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. And who would you say had the highest decision-making authority at Alpha Beacon?
Well, there was no unilateral decision that could be taken, but board of directors had the highest say.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. And what is the current operational status of Alpha Beacon?
It's not operating. Everything's been seized. Yeah, business is shut down. Yeah.
And can you give us a brief timeline of how this shutdown occurred?
Well, timeline, I'm not so sure, but the events that took place was a lot of my assets were taken, frozen. Of the company's assets were also frozen. And what followed was almost over 6 months, 98% of the stock plummeted. So, yeah, it's been bad.
Mr. Wan, in your testimony, you mentioned that it is a political hunt. Would you stand by that statement?
No.
Your
objection is overruled.
Would you stand by that statement, Mr. Wan?
Objection is overruled. That's relevant. The fact in issue is, there's a fact in issue, that whether this operation actually resulted in, whether this whole operation resulted in prejudice to the minority community. Now she is building up her defense, right? And it's very important. That question is very important from that point of view. So the objection is overruled.
So I don't know what was said earlier, but I do agree that, and in fact I find it a little confusing as to how this has transpired over the last few months and years. But yeah, what it looks is a political witch hunt that's been done towards me, my companies, my assets. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. One. No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vern. Mr. Vern, do you understand cloud chain and blockchain to be synonymous to each other?
Well, blockchain is a separate technology. Cloud technology is different.
So you claim TSC is a blockchain or a cloud chain?
It's a cloud-based blockchain, yes.
So is it a cloud chain or a blockchain?
Cloud-based blockchain.
Point to be noted, Your Lordships, it was contradicted.
Please continue. You put it, you disagree. You put it to him, I put it to you, and say the reason.
I put to you that in your statements made earlier in your examination in chief, you stated TSC to be a cloud chain.
In the present examination that took place.
Moving forward, would you say that TSC is a public or a private block?
It seems the witness wants to elaborate because there should not be confusion in our minds.
Yes.
So I think the witness should have the chance to explain the answer, what he was.
At least in the examination that took place prior to this, I don't think I made the use of words cloud chain.
Doesn't matter. What we want to know is the distinction that you are making. Could you elaborate the technological difference?
So, cloud, in the sense is that it is a technology that can be accessed on web servers. Blockchain is a conceptual concept that drives technologies for decentralized services, and a technology that runs on a cloud platform would be a cloud-based blockchain.
Moving forward, would you state that TSC is a public or a private blockchain?
It's accessible by all, so public, yes.
That is not necessarily true. However, would you claim yourself to be a man of knowledge, technical knowledge?
I've worked in this field for some time now, so I'm familiar with what's happening. Yes.
We don't want to interfere with the trail of questioning, but we have to say it's really getting derailed because here is a man who's a successful businessman in technology. It would be better to stick to something which is helpful.
Your Lordships, while I do understand the concerns of the bench, I would just like to highlight to this honorable bench that technology in this very case plays a very important role for the prosecution. Understanding the nitty-gritties of the technology in this very case, for example, the public or private use, the interference of Mr. Vern in his position, or the interference of the state in the said manner by means of the police department, investigatories, etc., would substantiate my case further, which is why this said question.
Of course it would, but you haven't asked a single question about it. You're asking general questions about his competence, and we know his competence. You haven't asked a specific question in relation to technology.
Yes, Your Lordships.
Yet.
Yes, Your Lordships.
And that's what I meant. Avoid this going around the bush and
Yes,
getting
Your
us general competence. And he's definitely far more competent probably in the room. We can
Yes,
give
Your
him that
Lordships.
presumption. So now if you want to discredit that, try that now. Thank you.
Yes, Your Lordships. Mr. Vern, did you have any power to mutate the blockchain?
No.
Did you have any administrative control over the blockchain?
Once it was up and running, no.
So would it be correct to say that you had the power to create the technology, but not to disable it by any means or forms?
It was built in a certain way, and it continues to function that way.
What would you say is your ownership or stake in the platform TSC?
Well, when I created it, I had ownership. Well, now it's there.
How much of it is presently in your hands?
There's no information on that right now with me.
Moving forward, you mentioned that this trial could be called, this trial against you, or the acts of the alleged acts against you are a political hunt. Are you still standing by it, by the statement?
Yes.
Are you aware of the communication made by you to this honorable court? And do you still stand by it? With reference to page 30, your lordships, the second last paragraph, third line, you mention the valor and the other mighty communities of Titan have long sought to marginalize and silence my people. To who are you referring as my people?
So I'm not sure what was said back then. I am, as well as the company that I built when it was made, and right now I'm still a neutral person. So I see that in Titan right now, from what I understand, is that there is some conflict going on between Scorpions and Valors, Caverns.
Respectfully, you still haven't answered to whom my people are in this reference.
I'm not sure who I was referring to back then. I am a man of Titan.
Are you aware of what is traded on your blockchain on your cryptocurrency platform that is co-owned or was co-owned by you?
It could be many things. Tokens are there, assets, multiple assets, different types of assets.
As the former CEO, would you be able to identify what was traded on the said platform?
Well, there wouldn't be a single place where I can go and look into to check what is being traded. That's why it's decentralized.
Your lordships, may I draw the attention of the court to page 30, the second paragraph, the last line, if I may please.
10 seconds.
Page number 30 of the compromise, the second paragraph, the last line, and I may please proceed with my question. You have identified here that numbers of tokens relating to land, gold, precious art, etc. are traded on your platform.
Like on any blockchain platform.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Time's up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughan. When were you made aware of the conflict that took place between Cavern and Scorpions?
Specifically in relation to this trial?
When did you get aware of the conflict that was taking place between both the communities?
There has been some conflict historically.
Mr. Vaughan, just stick to the question. When were you aware about the situation that was taking place?
Well, with regards, I think even in my email you can see it, that came out. It was somewhere towards the end of the conflict that I realized how serious it was.
And in your email you explicitly stated that we have to continue this operation going due to the transactions that are taking place in the Alpha Beacon. Do you still stand by that statement, even after understanding and being aware of the conflict that was taking place?
I run a business. The operation here in question is the business. And in times of turmoil, my employees are also part of the communities of Titan. And so I understood that some of them were shaken. And so one of the ways to bring everyone on deck was to send that message that, yes, we have to work together as a team. And that's what that email was. Nothing more than that.
Okay. As CEO, are you the highest ranking executive in the company? Is that correct?
Executive?
Highest ranking executive in the company. Is that correct?
Well, I'd still have to report to the board of directors.
Is that correct? Yes or no?
I still have to report to the board of directors.
Okay. Does your work entails overseeing the overall functioning of the company, including knowledge of ongoing operations? Yes or no?
Not day-to-day operations.
Okay. I put to you that there was an increase in boost of sales on your platform during the conflict. Yes or no?
I noticed that there was an increase of sales.
Thank you. Apart from this,
your question was...
So sorry. I think he has a right to explain.
Okay.
Your question was increase of sales during the conflict. As I said, I noticed that there was an increase of sales which I found out later that I was made aware that there was a conflict going on and the sales happened during the conflict.
Okay. You claim to be a profit maximizer company. Yes or no?
I don't claim that.
Is
We
it
do make
true?
profits.
Okay.
We were, not
A
anymore.
prudent business, I put to you, a prudent businessman would look into the operations that has boosted its sale to replicate this behavior in future context. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, point to be noted. I also put to you that the charter that was governing Alpha Beacon gave you the powers of appointing many key managerial persons.
I don't see the relevance to this, but
Can you please
if
answer the question?
anything,
I don't think you have a right to say that. Can you just
yes,
respond
I
to
will.
that?
I will come to it.
Can you come to
if
it straight away?
Any, yes, but not all positions. Board of directors have more say.
Can you talk about who comprise of BOD basically?
You had the president, vice president.
All of these that were appointed by you.
Not all of them. There are more, but not all of them.
But you had the
independent
capacity to
directors as
appoint
well.
them?
There are independent directors as well, which I can't appoint.
But the majority of BOD was appointed by you.
I wouldn't say majority.
Okay. I put to you that you have other assets as well as companies based abroad. Yes or no?
Yes.
So your current asset value and holding is placed in those companies. Yes or no?
Could you elaborate which companies you're referring to?
It is your operations, Mr. Vaughan. You should be aware of the same.
You're asking about the specific
Do
holdings.
you have certain companies that are placed abroad? Yes or no?
Yes.
And they are not seized currently. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, please elaborate. Yeah.
They're not seized.
Okay, yes.
So do you also agree that you have equity share in Bed Bath and Beyond worth $4.5 million?
It's, yeah, with a bunch of friends of mine that yeah.
Is it owned by you or is it with
Not
friends?
owned by me. It's which a couple of friends of us, we came together and yes, we invested in that company. Yes.
Okay, your statement says otherwise, but we'll continue. Could you elaborate why does Alpha Beacon owe 10 million to Flagpole?
Well, Flagpole was something that a couple of, like I said, with Bath and Beyond as well. It was a couple of friends coming together and we thought of this idea to come up with an investment management company. However, this was quite some time back and over time we've offered services like consulting, financial consulting that was given as a service to, I think Alpha Beacon was one of them and that's where Alpha Beacon owes their money, I think, yes.
Flagpole is a money maker company that is traded on the platform of Alpha Beacon. Alpha Beacon is hosting Flagpole. I put to you that why would a host pay money to Flagpole? Can you elaborate on that?
It's an investment management company. That's, I don't know where
Is
you're
it not
getting,
traded on Alpha Beacon?
I don't get where you're getting this information.
Is it not traded on Alpha
It's not.
Beacon? Okay, contrary to the factual matrix. I also put to you that you received a notice by the police.
Me?
The company received a notice by the police.
I was made aware of it when the trial started.
You were made aware of it
Could
when
you
the...
avoid being evasive for the rest of the questions? We would really appreciate that because you are the accused and it might have implications on our perceptions about you. Thank you.
So I would like to clarify with that question. She asked me, the counsel asked me if I received
No, I
a
don't
notice.
think so. Just briefly, but no evasions.
Yeah. I didn't receive a notice.
Okay, point to be noted, it's contrary to the factual matrix and the
I
testimony.
didn't receive a notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Permission to begin with the examination, Your Excellencies. Can you please state your name, age, and connection to the present case for the record?
Surely. My name is Sarah Walmer. I am a chief corporate governance expert, and I was the former operations officer at TSC, that is Titan Secure Cloud. And I was also minority shareholder at Alpha Beacon LLC up until 2019. And my relation to the parties of this case, that is the accused Jules Verne, is that I have worked very closely with him because I was there at the inception of TSC, and I was working very closely with him.
Thank you, Ms. Worma. Ms. Worma, can you please describe Alpha Beacon's chain of command for major decisions?
Yes, so the chain of command goes like investors at the top, then the board of directors, and then CEO and the rest of the teams. And for any decision to be made within the corporation, it has to go through a voting system within the board of directors and investors. And the CEO is to implement only those decisions.
Ms. Worma, could you please explain the institutional consequences that institutional investor-based institutional consequences that Mr. One faces before any decision?
You mean after a decision is taken, if he does anything apart from it? Is that what you mean?
Yes, Ms. Worma.
Okay. So if any decision is, first of all, any decision cannot be taken.
Yes, please.
Why is the witness interpreting the questions asked by...
No, she's merely spelling out the method by which a decision is being implemented. That's all.
I believe the question was already posed, Your Lordship.
No, it's perfectly an innocent one. Let it go. Yeah.
All right. So the consequences after the CEO does something beyond his capacity. Legal action as usual, if within any company, if any CEO does act beyond his obligations and rights, there is ought to be some legal action. So therefore, they should ensure that they do not act unilaterally, like without the consent of the board of directors or any parties above them.
Ms. Worma, what would you say would be the results on Mr. One if he was to take rash decisions in a volatile region like Titan?
Could you please reiterate the question?
Ms. Worma, can you please describe what roles and responsibilities Mr. One had during your time at Alpha Beacon?
Okay, so at Alpha Beacon, since he was the CEO, any CEO of a company as big as Alpha Beacon has the task of general supervision. They cannot get into the nitty-gritties as to customer support and all of those small tasks. So general supervision is what it was limited to, unless and until there was something very severe, but that too was, once again, through the board.
Permission to approach the witness.
Something from the record?
Yes, sir.
First state what the document was that you wanted to confirm.
Identify the document first.
Your Honor, it is the charter docs placed on record, Annex 2.
Yeah.
Annex 4. My apologies, Your Honor. 5, actually. Ms. Worma, can you please identify this document?
So it was 2, 3, 4.
No, it was 5. Apologies, Your Excellencies.
It is an annexure from the charter documents of the company at Alpha Beacon.
Ms. Worma, in light of this, can you please explain to the court the CEO's power in Alpha Beacon?
Once again, like I said, it was general supervision, and the CEO had to follow the rulings, the decisions of the board of directors and investors. That was again done through a voting system. So a CEO could not act unilaterally.
And what powers did the directors have on the CEO during your time at Alpha Beacon?
Okay, they would give directions to the CEO first of all. Then any advices that the CEO gives, they think upon it. And then upon their consensus, the CEO acts. That's how it works.
Ms. Worma, has there been any amendments in the charter doc on record since 2019?
Since 2019, I wouldn't know, since I had already left the company back in 2019. So, but yes, as per the public records and the overviews that I did before standing here, I am well aware that not much has changed. The fundamentals are still the same.
Are the experts mentioned, the council meant to ask this question in relation with the experts mentioned there. Has there been any amendments as per your knowledge?
I'm not sure of the relevance because we have what we have on the record. Yeah, let's not add things to it. But I have a question, follow-up question. You referred about adherence to these principles. You meant adherence as a matter of rule or your experience about this company in this situation?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walmer.
Good afternoon.
Is it correct? Would it be correct to say that you left the company in 2019?
That's correct.
Would it be correct to say that you mentioned right before in your examination in chief that after 2019 you aren't aware about the operations in the company?
That's fair to say.
Your
yeah.
opinion to this in this present court, honorable court today, is based on public reviews and overviews. Is that correct?
Not just that, also based on my experience because I work closely with the said company.
Not my question, not my question, witness. You left the company in 2019.
Sorry, why not? It's so obvious. That's a clear question. There's a clear answer. What do you mean? You can't amend. You can't shorten the scope of your question based on an answer. I've never come across such practice in any court or tribunal.
Your Lordships, my question was entirely related to post 2019, which is why I already established that she left the company. She mentioned.
I don't know anything after 2019.
She has answered your question.
Correct, which is why I mentioned that the testament given by her to this honorable court is entirely based on public reviews and overview. She went back to mention as to her relation with the company in 2019, which was already ended in 2019.
Or was it up to 2019?
Yes, up to 2019, which is not the part of the question, if I may submit humbly. Yes.
Ask the question again.
I apologize. I will correct my question. Your opinion or your statement to this court today is based on public reviews and overviews after you left the company in 2019. And not your conclusion. And not your conclusion.
It is also my conclusion because I have worked with them. I know how it works. I know the fundamental core concepts based on which the charter, the company is formulated. So not entirely, you earlier mentioned that it is entirely based on public records, so that's not how it is.
Would it also be correct to say that there have been changes made in the company's governance after you left in 2019?
The very purpose of the corporate governance is to put checks and balances that would improve themselves. So even if the changes have been made, they would only be to a minimal extent. The fundamentals cannot be changed.
I'm a bit shocked. You just raised an objection when that was the last question raised in the examination in chief, saying how's that relevant, and we sustained that. And now you're asking that in cross-examination about amendments.
Amendments was not an objection raised by me, Your Lordships. No.
Maybe I'm misplaced.
I do not think I raised.
Or maybe my memory is too sharp for myself. Thank you.
You mentioned, did you leave your position as a minority shareholder in Alpha Beacon in 2019 as well?
Yes.
What was your role as a shareholder in Alpha Beacon?
Just the same as any investor.
Did you attend board of directors meetings as a shareholder?
Yes.
Point to be noted, Your Lordships. That's all. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Walmer. I'll have a few questions for you. You're a shareholder of Alpha Beacon, as you just mentioned. Is it true to say that you gain personal benefit from the company?
First of all, I was a shareholder up until only 2019, which was way before this conflict. So, and as of now, I do not have any benefits out of this.
So TSC as well as Alpha Beacon, both were not in contact with you after 2019?
Correct.
So you cannot attest to the operations that took place within it?
I cannot attest to the operations that took place.
During the conflict, you cannot attest?
Yes, but anything pertaining to the platform and the corporate governance structure, etc., that I can attest.
But that was pre-2019?
No, those were established before 2019, when I was still there. So I can attest to that.
Okay, only pre-19.
I'm just very sorry. Can this exchange that happens within your teams be done a bit politely? It's very disturbing. and that has to be marked ideally. And in no court or tribunal, definitely not in an international court. You have to conduct yourself in a manner which befits the institution as well. Although this is mock, but you're supposed to learn it here, I think. Thank you. Yeah. And you're not yet senior advocates, but I hope even when you become, don't behave like that. Thank you.
Even senior advocates don't have that license.
Yeah, exactly. And not before an international court for sure.
Absolutely.
Can the council continue?
Yes, sorry, so sorry for derailing.
It's completely all right. It's completely all right. You were placed in Alpha Beacon. Were there any redressal mechanisms that were present in the company? If I could elaborate, if an employee had concerns with the top management, would they have any redressal mechanism in the company?
Yes.
What was that?
Okay, so if there is any redressal mechanism, they would first of all take it to the board, or they could take it to the senior management, whichever is within their vicinity.
The senior management being Mr. Vaughan.
But if it is towards him itself, then of course it would not be taken.
Then where would it go?
Board of directors.
Board of directors.
Yes.
That would also contain CEO. Would you not agree?
Now see, just because the CEO is a part of it.
Very sorry. Could you respond to the questions and not give opinions? Give answer. You're not here for opinions. Facts,
Surely.
please.
Apologies. Could you reiterate it? It was basically.
It would go to BOD, but BOD consists of CEO as well. Would you not agree that that would tamper the whole purpose?
The CEO is there in the BOD, but that would not tamper the whole purpose, because since it is concerning him itself, it would be.
I'm so sorry. Yes or no, what happened in this situation?
Yes to the part that the CEO is a part of it, of the board, and no to the latter part of the question that you said.
Can you elaborate? You've not elaborated at all on that aspect.
So you said that it tampers the whole purpose of taking it there, right?
Indeed.
So since it concerns the CEO itself, they could be excluded from that meeting, and since it is a whole voting mechanism is there in place, so
it could be. Thank you, witness.
Yeah.
You are the operations officer. You are aware that the platform can be misused. Are you aware?
Yes, it could be misused.
It could be misused. Were there any safeguards in place?
Yes, there were community guidelines in place for ethical usage. That was the best that could have been done in a blockchain setting.
Okay. I put to you that there was offline functionality in TSC which enabled those without interconnection to make use of it. The communities who did not have internet connection could make use of it.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of Alpha Beacon and Flagpole?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that?
So Alpha Beacon and Flagpole have had a service agreement since quite long back. It was related to risk analysis, financial modeling, and all of those sorts of services.
Are you also aware that Mr. Vaughan owns 51% equity share in Flagpole?
Yes, this was made aware to the whole of the board.
Okay. Are you also aware there are a lot of charges against Mr. Vaughan for white-collar crimes as well as operational mismanagement?
Correct, but as far as I know, nothing has been proven against him so far in any of those proceedings.
But you are aware that there are several cases against him? Okay.
Correct.
I put to you that operations of TSC can be shut down in case of mismanagement?
Shut down by whom?
By the senior management or by the BOD?
Okay, so like we discussed earlier that it runs without internet, so to shut down that platform would still not serve the purpose of it, because the...
Please answer a question.
It could be shut down, yes. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Thank you very much. And were there any employment agreements in place when you were there, present in the company?
Yes.
Was the CEO bound by these employment agreements?
Yes.
Was the charter above the employment agreements, or was the employment agreement above the charter?
Charter above the employment agreement.
Okay, that's all for the cross-examination. Thank you.
Yes, you can step.
Thank you.
The bench will retire for 10 minutes and again reassemble, okay? And then you can start with the closing statement.
Yes, prosecution.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Greetings to the members of the Honorable Bench, Honorable President, counsels of the defense and legal representatives of the victim, and all members present in this honorable court today. The prosecution stands today before you in its unwavering conviction that the evidence presented has univocally established guilt of the accused, Jules Verne. We have meticulously laid bare tapestry of facts that paints a clear and damning picture of Mr. Verne's culpability. In the grave misuse of the very technological platforms that he conceived and controlled. To begin with, I would be dealing with the individual submissions that are made by my fellow counsel in his opening statement. The prosecution today prays for conviction of the accused, Mr. Jules Verne, in the crimes of persecution, crimes against humanity, Article 7(1)(h) of the Rome Statute.
I think we know it in the opening. That's normally done in the opening.
Correct.
Yeah. So now please conclude to show why you think that should be done.
Correct. I apologize. I will come to that. To begin with, Article 7(1) of Crimes Against Humanity states that for the purpose of the statutes, crime against humanity means any of the following acts when committed as a part of widespread or a systematic attack directed against any civilian population with the knowledge of the attack. To break down the individual facts or the individual ingredients of the said case, the following acts were committed as a part of widespread. Widespread here, your lordships, refers to a massive or a rather large amount of crime that was committed, which was of a large scale.
Scale in terms of size and duration?
Scale in terms of damage and duration, your lordships. Here in this present scenario, if I may please draw the attention of this honorable court to the compromise.
Yes, can you, no need to, just tell us.
Okay.
In
the compromise where the facts lay undisputed, it is mentioned that the crimes carried over on 11-month span from April 2023.
Is that enough for crimes against humanity?
Your lordships, to satisfy the element of widespread, there are two points that I am contending. One is that of the prolonged amount of time, which is satisfied by 11 months of this crime taking place, and the amount of damage that it did construe to the civilians at large.
Which to the civilians at large or to a certain specific tribe?
To a certain specific tribe and with regards to contention.
Are they the same things under international
No, your lordships, but they are civilians of the same country that faced this terror.
So is it to be a few civilians that are affected? Or we have to look at all civilians and see if there's a widespread effect on the civilians?
Your lordships, civilians form a part of any country. They are the individuals that form subjects of the state. And the severity of the damage to these civilians can be understood by means of this case, more specifically the Calvin clan.
Counsel, look at the jurisprudence of this court.
Yes, your lordships.
Does it really say that? What is the threshold of widespread?
Your lordships,
and what is the threshold of civilian damage? And if you say just damage, then I think it's in a very different context you're speaking.
Your lordships, while I do understand what you are trying to state, and I do agree that the jurisprudence of this section in specific doesn't intend to or doesn't infer the definition of widespread. So we resort to case laws in this specific scenario. I would like to refer the court to the case law of prosecutor versus Germain Katanga, where widespread was understood as that having coupled with having coupled the two elements of carried over a long period of time and the amount of damage that it did yield to the civilians. In this scenario, quoting this specific case, widespread is deemed to have been met by means of the facts of this case. Moving forward, if I may...
You might also remember the testimony of the very senior member of the community who said that this whole saga had unfolded itself from the days of his grandfather or something like that, isn't it?
Yes, Your Lordships.
So you might pick that up, actually, the fact to demonstrate the fact that it has been played out over a long period of time.
Yes, Your Lordships. I do understand that Titan in general had a vulnerable environment with regards to...
Yeah, so sorry. My question goes back again to
Yes, Your Lordships.
civilians.
Yes, Your Lordships.
And was vis-a-vis a community.
Yes, Your Lordship.
If the threshold is civilians, we understand one community is affected. It's very unfortunate, but there are probably forums where this can be addressed.
Yes, Your Lordship.
If the Rome Statute requires it to be civilians, that's a much larger group, not just one community.
Yes,
then
Your
how
Lordship.
can we really deem that the requirement of civilians is satisfied here?
Your Lordships, they were also, even as a part of the community, they were civilians to Titan too. While they were already massive in number in Titan, if I may please take a second to add, the Valor community in specific, Your Lordships, in this scenario, like I think DW1, the witness, VW1, the witness of the victims, did also mention that the Valors are left only 5 in number. They were one of the most notable
I'm so
community.
sorry. The reason why I was trying to
Yes,
stop
Your
you
Lordships.
is that's a rhetorical answer.
Yes, Your
We
Lordships.
can't decide on rhetorics, unfortunately. And the reason why I said we understand the gravity and the impact on the people, but this is an international criminal court. There might be other forums for that. It might be the domestic court. Because unless and it's not our choice, the states have created a statute and they've said civilians.
Yes,
Now,
Your
if you can show us some authority to say that civilians means even one small group, then we are fine with you. But if you're going to say, well, if this is not civilians, then what are civilians? We really can't get into that rhetorical back and forth.
Your Lordships, while I understand your question, I do comprehend that a small group may not necessarily always add
Yes,
to an
that's-
understanding of a
Please
platform
respond to
disorder.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
However,
You
If
can
I'm-
say I'm wrong because there's another authority which says that this is what it is. If you have it. If you don't have it, then...
no, I do not
makes-
have the
yeah.
authority that does state the same. But I am aware that there is a precedential case law that does exist to the effect that even one individual person suffering significant harm by means of widespread acts can be constituted as a civilian under the Rome Statute. I am not aware of the case law, though. I apologize.
Okay, then can you look at the provision of the Rome Statute and tell us whether, how can this particular group or set of people fall under the ambit of the term civilian? If not a case law, maybe the statute can show you.
Your Lordships, if I do, please draw your attention to the same Article 7(1), but the subsection H, it does mention persecution against any identifiable group or collectivity on political, racial, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender, as defined in paragraph 3, which moves forward.
You probably are putting it on the basis of perhaps the ICTR tribunal, isn't it?
Yes, Your Lordships.
Or the ICTY tribunal, or
Yes, Your
perhaps TADIC, right? If you put all that together,
Yes.
that would be the basis of your argument.
Yes,
isn't
Your
it?
Lordships.
Right.
While I do agree with you. I would also mention that.
But is the text of ICTY, the definition of crime, crime against humanity, same between the Rome Statute and ICTY?
No, Your Lordships, but they both are against civilian population.
No, are the definitions the same?
No, Your Lordships.
Why can't then we somehow feel that this case could have been tried in the domestic court or the courts which have been constituted under the municipal law?
Your Lordships, in the given scenario, it has been reiterated by the witness of the prosecution itself that Titan in general as a...
Here, am I right?
Yes.
Would I be correct? I stand corrected if I'm wrong. Am I not right when I say that it was the state that referred the matter to the ICC?
Yes, Your Lordships. Right. And that is because the state doesn't have sufficient jurisprudential...
It probably didn't have the will to do it, perhaps.
Perhaps. Which is why the case was referred to this honorable court. If I may please continue. Moving forward to the second ingredient, that...
Sorry, final question on civilians.
Yes.
Civilians is a very specific meaning which comes from international humanitarian law.
Yes, Your Lordships.
Are these civilians in that context? Because to have a civilian, you have to be able to distinguish between the armed forces,
yes,
not
yes.
the belligerents, combatants and
Combatants,
the
non-combatants,
civilians.
yes.
So in that context, how do we interpret civilians?
Your
Because we
Lordship-
don't have an armed conflict here.
Yes, we don't have an armed conflict here, Your Lordships, which is why it was, which is why it can be said that the acts that were carried out were between two ethnic groups within the specified country, here Titan. These civilians, if we do go back to, were as shocked as any of us when an attack was posed. If I may please continue. Were as shocked as ever when this attack was posed onto them.
So sorry, but they're not armed forces.
They're not armed forces.
Yeah,
So, they are
there's no...
they aren't armed forces. There were arms taken up by the persons who resided in that
It
specific...
seems you need to read Katanga more carefully because you cited it. And Katanga requires that there has to be some context.
Your Lordships, Katanga, while I do understand the facts are very vast and has a lot of application and importance to this honorable court, I used the Katanga case only in specific relation.
But you can't use it what suits you and not what doesn't suit
Your
you, right?
Lordships...
It's okay, no need to respond. That's
Yes.
fine. You can move, you in 30 seconds if you can conclude because you're
Your
outside of
Lordships,
time.
if I may please request additional time because I haven't been able
No,
to...
we can only give 30 seconds, so sorry.
I obliged.
1 minute.
Thank you. Moving forward, if I may please draw the attention to the second ingredient, systemic, which means high degree of orchestration and planning that is required. This was mentioned in the case of prosecutor versus Dusko Tadic, where organized, deliberate, and methodical planning is required. In this case, clearly established by means of prosecution witness 1, Chain Clicks, in his testament, where he did also mention as to Jules Verne having knowledge of such said crimes, as well as victim witness 2, who did mention that the platform could have been created for the purpose intended in this said act. Moving forward, if I do move to 71H, there is persecution.
Probably last question from my side.
Yes,
Can we adjudicate based on what could have happened? Is that the threshold of evidence?
No, Your Lordships, we could not have on what could have happened, but I believe there was additional testimony and evidence proved by the prosecution to say that it did have happened.
You could have pointed that rather than pointing out what is probably happening.
I understand. If I may please. Yes, Your Lordships.
We are talking, my brother was pleased to make that observation that you need a military kind of aspect to it.
Yes, Your Lordships.
So from Nuremberg to Rome was a different era.
Yes, Your Lordships.
Right?
Yes.
The question might be asked, and the question is asked by the academics.
Yes.
What about drug crimes? What about human trafficking?
Correct.
Right? So, hasn't the scenario changed? We are moving from hostility. You see, all the war crimes and all these core crimes are spoken of in the context of hostility.
Correct.
Nuremberg to Rome is the journey.
Correct.
But we have gone beyond Rome now.
Yes, we have.
Right?
We have moved to something more so technical.
There's a little food for thought for you.
Yes, I
Think
do.
about it.
I do understand. Which is also one of the reasons why we approach this honorable bench. This is a case of one of its kind.
Okay, so are you now arguing that the accused should be punished based on broadening of the interpretation of the offense under the Rome Statute? Yes or no?
No.
Good.
Moving forward, Article 71H, persecution against any identifiable group, in this scenario the ethnic group of the Kavans, more specific.
The sophistication of the offense is so great now.
Yes, Your Lordships.
You're not fighting with bullets
Yes.
and rifles.
Yes, Your Lordships.
You're talking of cyber crime. AI,
Yes, Your
all
Lordships.
kinds of things. The scenario has changed.
Yes,
In
Your
that
Lordships.
scenario, where do you take, from Rome, where do we go?
If I may please respond to that. Yes, Your Lordships, really quickly. Your Lordships, all in the cases that have happened in the past, even heard by any international court, let alone this very honorable court, has been on more, has had a different notion of crimes against humanity to include war weapons, to include, to probably include more harmful means of weapons, which is also elaborated in international humanitarian law, Your Lordships. However, this is a case, like I stated earlier, one of a kind. It is by means of use of technology and not specifically commission of a crime, but omission that has led to a creation of this crime in this scenario, under which we intend or we pray to this honorable court to please convict the accused, Mr. Jules Vaughn. To conclude in the last few seconds, prosecution witness 1 did mention that that the company was run as his personal fiefdom by Mr. Jules Vaughn.
You might close due to the constraints of time.
Sure. I prayed. Should I just directly move to my prayer?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Yes, Your Lordships. Obliged.
Thank you.
Yes, please. In the interest of time, what I would suggest to counsels who would now having the closing statements, stop pleasantries, just directly come to the closing.
Indeed, Your Excellencies. Indeed. In response to the questions Your Excellencies posed during our opening statement, I'll answer them and then quickly move on to all the submissions. Firstly, Your Excellency, you asked us to address complementarity. Article 17 talks about complementarity, and like Your Excellency also already mentioned, complementarity is invoked when the state does not want to, does not will, or does not have the capability to take up a matter with genuine cause, with genuine interest. In that case, it gets transferred under the principle of complementarity under Article 17 to the ICC, and hence the jurisdiction is invoked. Secondly, jurisdiction of natural persons can only be invoked under Article 25 of the Rome Statute, meaning which a corporate entity or any such state cannot be brought under the ambit of the same statute. And further, Your Excellency, it was also brought to our notice that Valors were at the top government, and hence they themselves are. There are reasons for them, they themselves, to have perpetrated this issue and to have blown it out of proportion. But however, we would like to differ. We say that at the end of the day, it's Valors who are the representatives of victims, meaning which they've suffered the most amount of loss, and they've been reduced down to 5 people, a grand total of five people. So they suffer the most. And with that, I will move on to the contradictions in the testimony that were brought about through our cross examination, Your Excellencies. First, I would like to go on to defense witness number 1, the accused. He himself agreed, Your Excellencies, the BOD themselves were appointed by him. That is contradictory to the normal practice or the normal working of corporate governance. That's not how it normally works. It's the board of directors and then the CEO and all the other key managerial positions, and that's how the hierarchy works. But in this case, however, it seems to be working in a different way, and he has to have personal fiefdom, and he seems to exercise all the freedom over there.
The same witness, that is the accused, also stated that he is answerable to the board of directors during the course of his testimony.
Indeed, Your Excellency.
How do you match both these answers together then?
Indeed, Your Excellency.
Has he not corrected in the latest answer that he had given and clarified what the position was?
Your Excellency, as someone who is appointing the board of directors, it's assumed that when he takes up matters to them, it's going to be agreed or it's going to be concurred by them as well. So hence, if you appoint...
You should have elicited those answers. Now you cannot run on presumptions.
Indeed, Your Excellency.
Go to the next point.
Okay, indeed. Your Excellency, we've also established that the awareness of conflict was there, meaning which he cannot absolve himself of the liability of intention. 7 clause 1 subclause H talks about intent being there, mens rea being there. In this case, he was clearly aware of the conflict being ongoing. Even after knowing that the conflict is going at a very large scale, he still chose not to act. And subsequently, he had the duty of care to his users, to his customers, in terms of giving proper safeguards, laying down all the safeguards that can be laid down when the conflict has emerged at such a large scale. Even despite that, he chose not to act on all of that. And also, he agreed that he has assets existing in overseas companies that amounts to close to 4.5 million, and there are other such assets that was already been brought into the record under Annexure 2, and
but
that will be used.
Those are assets collectively owned by companies. Can we make orders against third-party assets?
Your Excellency, it's his equity share in a company.
So his limited equity share, we understand.
Indeed.
So you are willing to allow just reparations to the extent of his share in the equity and not beyond.
Indeed, Your Excellencies. Only to the extent of his shares that can be liquidated and that will be given to the victims, Your Excellency. And further, Your Excellency, something that was brought again into the record was Alpha Beacon owes money to Flagpole, Your Excellency. Flagpole is a company that provides service. And in this case, there is no particular explanation as to why Alpha Beacon has gone to Flagpole and why they owe money to Flagpole. That is clearly something that was not established by the accused and the defense as well. And moreover, they state that he was not aware of the notice being present. But subsequently, after getting the notice, there was a mail that was posted according to annexure number 1. Even after getting the notice, he still chose not to act, which still shows that on his part, he did not, he had the mens rea and he still chose not to act despite having duty of care.
We heard from the expert saying that there was no incrimination intended in that notice.
Indeed, Your Excellency, although it does not have the legal sanction, legal backing, he does have the moral obligation.
Can we find people responsible for breach of the Rome Statute for moral impertitude?
Your Excellency,
turpitude. Yeah, that's
Your Excellency, the fact is that the notice was brought to his awareness, but he still disagreed, saying that the notice was not brought in.
The standard has to be much higher for international criminal prosecution, even under domestic prosecution. But here, we simply can't.
No, I do agree, Your Excellency. There is no legal obligation, but however, we are just pointing out to the contradiction that was brought about by their own side. They said they were not aware of there being a legal notice in the first place, but there was awareness on their part, and this clearly intends that there is mens rea, and they chose not to act even after having awareness.
You're drawing way too far-fetched, but I think you should move to whatever and conclude.
Indeed, Your Excellencies.
Do you have any more time, or time is up? 5 minutes. Okay, you have time. Sorry, yeah.
Indeed, Your Excellency.
Of what you need as a victim.
Yeah.
Indeed, I'll move on to the
Speak of
reparation.
Compensation, restitution, reparation.
Indeed.
What do you want for the losses suffered?
And how you are entitled to it.
You are entitled to under the law. Don't speak about moral turpitude and things like that.
Indeed, Your Excellency. It is all our humble prayer that as legal representatives of victim, we have suffered the most, and we have a mechanism in place with which we compute the losses, or we compute the amount of reparation that has to be given. We claim $10 million, a total of $10 million, $3 million for the reparations that directly goes to the valley, and $7 million for 1.5 million each for one victim, which is 5 victims, and then 7 million in total. But however, I would like to move on to the next submission, which is aiding, abetting, or otherwise assisting. 25 clause 3 subclause C talks about the same, and under the case the prosecutor versus Jean Perry Bembo Gumbo, it was given that there has to be substantial contribution. In this case, there clearly is substantial contribution, mainly for 2 reasons, Your Excellency. With regards to the platform TSC, it's very clear that there were markers that were placed on the back of the scorpions, and despite knowing that, despite that being public knowledge, despite every single user having knowledge to that, the company alone says that they did not have access to that, and hence they were not able to make any changes to that. Moreover, we would like to point out, Your Excellencies, there is decentralization only to the extent
How
of
does the
technology.
blockchain technology work?
Indeed, Your Excellency, I was going to answer that as well.
Yeah.
Decentralization is there only to the extent of technology, but not the platform, meaning which the technology or the data that is entered within the blockchain technology cannot be mutated. But however, the platform can be stopped, or can be changed, or can be used to flag concerns, or can be used to say remove a person who is operating under bad faith or malified intention. But that was not done. That is a duty of care that they had, and they still chose not to act
And this
upon.
technology was capable of doing that?
Indeed, Your Excellency, any technology for that matter is capable. When they can.
But the fact is, it was a rudimentary format. It wasn't very advanced. It was rudimentary.
Indeed, Your Excellency, it was rudimentary only to the extent that it did not require even basic network facilities. But that doesn't mean that the basic principles of blockchain technology doesn't apply.
The reference to rudimentary is beyond that, factually.
Indeed not, Your Excellency. Blockchain technology, principally how it works is that it cannot be changed, and because of that, there cannot be any mutation or erasing of the data. But however, the platform on which the blockchain technology seems to work, the platform can be temporarily decommissioned, or the platform can temporarily be stopped, at least in the conflict zones. But that was not done, is our humble submission, Your Excellencies, if I may.
Thank you.
With respect to this, the same case, there was substantial contribution. One, like I submitted TSC, Your Excellency. Further, Alpha Beacon was used as a platform to carry out illicit trades, and further, all the proceeds that were obtained through all the illicit activities by the Scorpions, Scorpions committing crimes against the Caverns and the Valors, the same proceeds was used to funnel the same into Alpha Beacon, which was converted into tokens, and there seemed to have been no friction or any sort of restriction, even after knowing that there has been a substantial spike in the amount of trades, in the amount of volume of trades that has occurred during the conflict zone as opposed to before.
Sorry, are you saying that the one who hosts it knows what's being trafficked?
Your Excellency, there is a certain amount of pattern from which the manager can understand as to how the trades have been before conflict and how the trades after the conflict
So
are.
let us say there is a conflict happening somewhere, and because of that trade goes up. Does it mean everybody should stop their platform just because somewhere something is happening and there might be a relationship between
Your Excellency, in a conflict zone, yes, but however, in this case, the trades have been carried out only by Scorpion people and people who are well-wishers or who want to further the intention of the
Is it
Scorpions
possible
themselves.
to know that these are
It was given
the
in the
identity of the operators?
Indeed, Your Excellency, it's given in the compromise itself. It's an undisputed fact. So it was only
fine.
Scorpion people who traded on the platform.
Okay.
Indeed, Your Excellency. If I may move on to the last submission with regards to 25.
30 seconds, I think, because we gave the other side 1 minute.
I'll move on to reparations instead, Your
Yeah,
Excellency.
Yeah.
If I may just take a document from there, Your Excellency.
The skill is to speak off head.
Indeed, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we submit that Valors are have suffered the most significant amount of damage. One, because they were a large community who owned a significant amount of resources. Secondly, there is clear conflict between Caverns and Scorpio, which establishes the reason as to why the Caverns, the Scorpions have inflicted all this harm against Scorpions, against Caverns. And on top of this, there has been a substantial loss in terms of humanitarian loss, say for example, 120 human losses of life and $3 million worth of property damage. There has been a substantial amount of fundamental rights that has also been deprived, which is also an essential that has been laid down under 7 clause 1 subclause H.
Can you just hold on for a moment? May I ask my brothers who are online with me whether they have any questions, Sanoj, Rajan and Dr. Baul?
Not exactly. Not exactly, sir. All the questions you're asking them.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? No. Right. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, the case at hand is one that specifically references the abuse of cyber technology, or at least a conjecture that leads to this conclusion. However, the Defense Counsel is here to dispel all such notions. The first offense for which the accused has been charged is the crime of persecution under Article 71H of the Rome Statute. Firstly, we submit that there is no nexus between the alleged act of the accused and the attacks that took place across Titan. The requisite mental element in order to establish such a nexus is wholly absent in the present case. The Council will be establishing this in two key manners. Firstly, that the accused was not aware of the misuse of his platform. Your Honours, the counsels for prosecution as well as the victims have referenced...
How would you explain? We thought your witness was evasive to answers.
Absolutely. Your Honour, even assuming but not contending that the defense witnesses are not agreeing that the defense witnesses' testimony were to be ignored, even then, simply from the prosecution witness testimonies as well as the victim's witness testimonies, it can be clearly established that Mr. Verne had no knowledge of the specific misuse of his platform during the conflicts.
The prosecution has not dispensed their burden.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor.
You don't have to say anything.
Apologies, Your Honor,
You
understood.
sit back and say nothing.
Yes.
And they have not done their work.
Yes, absolutely. There still remains significant amount of reasonable doubt is what the counsel submits. Coming to these submissions, Your Honor, specifically with reference to what prosecution witness 1 Cheen Clicks himself mentioned, firstly, he was not in the company during the conflict time. He left in March 2022 when the conflict first began in April 2022. It must be noted that when the conflict began, it was because of the murder of Cavern children, and this does not have a specific or direct connection to the accused platform itself. Secondly, even prior to the conflict, the prosecution alleges that the testimony of Mr. Cheen Clicks says that the alleged illicit affairs on Alpha Beacon is sufficient to establish Mr. Verne's knowledge that such actions were being conducted. However, he only raised these concerns to the board of directors, and he specifically said that he never addressed these to Mr. Jules Verne himself. Hence, there is no figment of imagination where Mr. Verne himself can be said to be appraised.
How do you respond to the environment of fear and intimidation?
Your Honor, despite firstly, the defense submits that both the defense witness Sarah Walmer explicitly laid down how there was a system of checks and balances in the system of Alpha Beacon, and this hasn't been disproved in any manner by the other testimonies. In fact, prosecution witness Cheen Clicks himself said that the chartered documents are adhered to, and that the CEO is answerable to the board of directors. Hence, the atmosphere of fear alone is not enough. If your honors are
I have a small, in this particular case, you are saying that he is not directly involved and things like that. But this is a very peculiar case where, as already mentioned by the chair, that there is something, because of the use of technology, the kind of things which can be done, changing nature of warfare has actually, or the changing nature of doing things has actually resulted in either by omission or commission, actually, in this kind of a situation. See, knowingly, he has actually put something in the, technology domain, which has been used by the other parties to commit whatever crime they have committed, actually. So this is an enabler, actually, and he is an enabler directly, directly involved in knowingly, and with the intention, mens rea is established.
Yes.
So how do you actually look at it? I mean, this is not in the traditional sense of what other cases we see in IHL, whether it is Katanga or TADIC, all these cases. This is a uniquely different case, where you have a technology which is actually being used. You can always say that I'm not done anything, it is technology, blockchain, things like that. But actually you are, by process of omission, you are actually enabling something to happen.
Absolutely.
So how do you actually deal with it? That's what the prosecution is saying.
Absolutely. Your Honor, the counsel would like to answer this in 3 prongs. Firstly, it was the unique cryptocurrency atmosphere as well as the regulatory downfalls in Titan's governance itself that facilitated these kind of abuses. Secondly, Mr. Jules Verne did not intend for this kind of abuse when he created the platform. He created a platform that could be used in rural areas of Titan, and Mr. Dominic Valor, as well as the investigative officer PW2 themselves, both established that Titan is largely rural, which means Titan...
He started with that intention, but later, over a period of time, it got actually transformed into something else.
Absolutely.
Which actually resulted in, as what has happened within the, within that state.
I understand. Your
So
Honor,
how do you actually look at this transformation? And he can be held responsible. I mean, not that he started with that and then, for example, in the Rwanda tribunal, technology like the use of the radio or even the transmission was used. Later it was used to provoke people in the surrounding areas. Similarly, you have a technology here which is being used, to target, to pinpoint people. I mean, so should we not use I mean, I don't know whether this prosecution has not done it. Technology itself is also a sort of should be tried.
Absolutely.
And the enabler also should be tried, actually.
Absolutely. Your Honor, as the council would like to submit that the technology that Jules Verne created is not particularly unique. The only unique part of it is that it is rudimentary and accessible in rural areas. Other than that, the specific aspects of the blockchain that were abused, specifically that it was accessible and immutable.
Sorry to intervene. Actually, there is in the fact sheet, there is this thing also that he kept it rudimentary, accessible deliberately, actually. He could have improvised it. He could have actually, used safety measures in order to stop it, because he had intention of actually doing this, so he didn't improvise it. He just kept it that so that people can have access.
Your Honor,
that is one of the arguments.
Yes, Your Excellencies, once again, the council would like to submit that Titan's landscape had not changed over the course of the years that Alpha Beacon was in operation. It continued to be a rural country, and it continued to be one where the specific features of Alpha Beacon found great use, as Mr. Valor. Absolutely. Your Honor, with regard to explicit intention of the accused, in order to establish a nexus between the particular acts of violence against the Cavern clan and the accused, it is necessary that he must have intended for this kind of targeting, and he must have intended that his technology be used to persecute these persons. However, absolutely no link of that manner has been established through the testimonies or by the evidence on record. In fact, the accused himself specifically mentioned that he considers himself a Titanian citizen. The only thing the prosecution and the witness representatives rely on is the fact that he is in fact a Scorpion national and must have made this technology for the Scorpions. However, the council vehemently disputes this claim, as that is mere conjecture and cannot be used to establish the intent of the accused to persecute the Valors as a whole.
Yes. Your witness, your star witness, perhaps who played Hamlet in the play of the Prince of Denmark, if I would put it that way, the demeanor of the witness was one of cold, calculated, coldly business, sans any remorse, insensitive, but a driver of the bottom line, right? Would you say that is a reflection of his mental state?
Your Honor, I would like to once again emphasize that Mr. Verne has been completely stripped of all of his powers, all of his assets, and everything that made him him. I believe that the mental state that he is currently in does not reflect the state that he was in during the conflict.
Sorry, the president said he comes across as somebody very cold-minded and calculative.
Right.
So these things shouldn't be affecting him.
Your Honor, I believe that this is speculation on my part, and I cannot...
No, for us, that's why we have cross-examination to see the demeanor of the witness, and our impression is he seems to be evasive, unless you can give us some other reasonably sounding response.
Your Honor, once again, even without placing particular weight on the defense witnesses' testimonies alone, even the prosecution witness and the victim witnesses and their testimonials will show that there was no intent behind either the creation of the platform or the continued use of the platform. To establish this...
I think that's enough. We've got your point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got it. If there's anything else, just in the next 30 seconds or just... Oh, sorry, there are questions. Please address.
I have a question.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, there were the prosecution witnesses, if you were to demolish their testimony, right? What was it?
Your Honor...
From PW1, okay, an ex-employee, right? Second, nowhere in the past any external communication or complaint made, right? There was sudden awakening after 6 years.
Absolutely, yes, Your Honor.
So, we did not hear any submissions on that aspect from you. These were quite crucial.
I understand, Your Honor. However, conceding to what Your Excellency has said, the prosecution submits that what we want to establish is that even the words and the testimonies themselves, the defense submits that even the words of the testimonies themselves will prove that there was no intent or mental element. However, we do However, we do acknowledge that the fact that he was an ex-employee currently working in the second largest cryptocurrency exchange will form a form of bias in in his own mind. And secondly, with respect to Leoty, the fact that he was not a Titanian citizen and someone merely associated would further...
Not necessarily. I put the counter view to you.
Sorry,
The fear that has been created there could not make PW1 speak earlier. That's the counter argument to that.
Apologies, Your Honor.
PW1, though there's a delay, okay, you took my observation and you have come across saying that this is how the testimony could be demolished. But there's a counter argument to that. The fear that was instilled in PW1 during those 6 years could not make PW1 speak about it.
Your Honor, PW1 said at multiple occasions that he was forthcoming in mentioning these abuses of Alpha Beacon to the board of directors. Secondly, while he mentioned that there was these aspects of terror that Mr. Verne would use, he specifically mentioned that he resigned of his own will and that no specific instances of this kind of abuse were conducted against him. Hence, any other the question of fear, I believe, does not arise because the actions of the accused, actions of the witness contradict that. If Your Honours are satisfied, I will move on to the submission regarding 25(3)(c).
30 seconds.
Absolutely. With regard to individual criminal responsibility, the defense submits that there has been no aiding, abetting, or assisting. In order to come to this kind of conclusion, it would be necessary that there must be a substantial effect of the assistance of the accused in the perpetration of the crime. However, Mr. Dominic Valor himself said that TSC was one of the many tools used to persecute the caverns. This alone, in fact, is enough to underscore that TSC was not indispensable to the persecution.
You've made your point. Anything else you want to say?
Yes, with specific regard to Article 25(3)(d), there is absolutely...
Is that your last point?
Yes, Your Honor.
10 seconds.
There is no way to establish common intent because Mr. Verne himself has said that he considers himself a Titan and not a Scorpion.
Okay. Good point. Thank you. I mean,
Thank
good
you.
in a sense. Thanks for concluding in time.
Thank you for your patient hearing. It was an honor to argue before this court.
Yeah, the court will adjourn for a short while to consider the determination and will reconvene at a time when you will be notified duly. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and our wonderful audience. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today. I am Ayusha Pade, convener of SICTA 2025, and with me is Tanmay Kumar, co-convener of SICTA 2025. It is with immense pride and joy that we stand before you this evening as the organizing committee of 10th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, SICTA 2025, a celebration of commitment and legal brilliance. We began this journey 3 days ago with the auditorium filled with anticipation, determination, and the quiet buzz of minds preparing for a challenge. Today, we find ourselves surrounded by the memories of fierce advocacy, long nights of drafting, and the clink of courtroom gavels. And most importantly, the spirit of collaboration and competition that defines SICTA. This year's edition has been nothing short of phenomenal, a true testament to the passion and perseverance of every participant. This year's edition has truly been a spectacle of talent as we arrive at this culminating moment, the valedictory ceremony.
As we gather to celebrate the efforts and achievements of the past few days, we are deeply honored to be joined by some of the most distinguished figures in the legal fraternity, whose presence elevates this ceremony and adds immense value to SICTA 2025. Our illustrious dignitaries on the dais today are our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Sri Ram Madhusudan Modak Sir, Judge, High Court of Bombay. Honorable Mr. Justice Mohan Peris Sir, former permanent representative of Sri Lanka to the United Nations and former Chief Justice of the Sri Lankan Supreme Court. Dr. Shashikala Gurpur Ma'am, Director, Symbiosis Law School Pune and Dean, Faculty of Law, SIU. Advocate Sampath Bulusu Sir, Convener, Symbiosis Law School Pune, Alumni. And finally, Advocate Vadendra Joshi Sir, Advocate, High Court of Telangana, and alumnus of Symbiosis Law School Pune. It is with great joy that we welcome you to the valedictory ceremony of the 10th edition of the Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, SICTA 2025.
It is now my honor to introduce you all to Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur Ma'am, Director, Symbiosis Law School Pune, Dean, Faculty of Law, SIU. Ma'am is an accomplished academician, passionate researcher, Fulbright scholar, and a double gold medalist. Ma'am has been a part of Symbiosis family since 2007. It is an honor to welcome you, ma'am, to give the welcome address.
Good afternoon, respected Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Modak Sir, our dear Justice Peris Sir, my dear alumna and my former student, Vadendra Joshi, and our own Advocate Sampath Bulusu, who has been here every day looking at the details, and our esteemed final judges, Dr. Anirudh Rajput, whom I consider as one of the youngest smart international jurists, and other senior international jurists, that is Professor Hegde, Venkatachal Hegde, who is here, who is the Dean of JNU's School of International Studies, and our own Dr. Luther Rangrezi, who is also an official in the Ministry of External Affairs and a teacher of international law and a jurist, and most of all, Mrs. Paris, all the dear students, my dear faculty members, and also those who have accompanied various participants here, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. This great event, which started a few years ago, is in its 10th avatar, and this avatar started a few days ago, and every day has been a celebration in terms of the excellence of the competition. I was taking a neutral view from some of the observers who were our alumni and who are already in the greater heights in the profession. The view is that the quality of competition has really gone up. I must thank our own Advocate Parth for formulating such a challenging problem and the sincere preparation and participation of all the participants who have come from across the country and abroad. I should also thank the online judges, Professor Sanoj Ranjan and also our own friend from Bangladesh. All of them have been challenging the students. They have been bringing out the best in the students. I think one of the late professors, great professors of Delhi University, Professor Latika Sarkar, used to say that the best of the evidence comes out when you really churn the witness. So here we had best of the evidence or best of the participation coming when the high quality judging was here with the eminence that each of the panelists represented. I've been very happy that we got this rare opportunity to invite Justice Modak sir after long time. Sir has been a very avid participant in the growth of this law school in last few years, but then he had to move out of Pune, being elevated to the bench. He spent a few years in Nagpur and came to Mumbai. Sir has been a great supporter of our students. Many of our eminent students, mentored by him, have been taking leadership positions within the law school's student council. And aside from that, he has appointed one of our alumni as his clerk. So, sir, with the judges like you who very sincerely and deeply engage in the law school, the legal education standards are maintained and they are really aligned to the working of the justice system and prepares the younger generation for the call of justice. So I'm very much indebted to you for accepting our invitation, traveling all the way from Mumbai despite your very busy schedule. We know the workload among Indian judges, as I could share with Justice Paris sir, compared to the European or American judges is hundredfold more. But judge like Justice Ram sir is one of those examples who does not look at the workload but takes pleasure in getting engaged with the next generation and training them. So thank you very much, sir, for being so kind to come here and share your wisdom. Once again, I welcome one and all, and I'm also putting on record the effort of our faculty team led by Professor Virendra and Dr. Shirish Kulkarni, among others, which has made this possible, along with our conveners, bright young conveners, who are forming the Student Bar Association's leadership team. Welcome one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful address. I now invite Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am to felicitate our dignitaries with a token of our gratitude. I'd like to invite Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am to felicitate Honorable Justice Mohan Peris sir. I'd like to invite Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am to felicitate Advocate Vadendra Joshi sir. Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir. Convener SLSP alumni. And to also felicitate Advocate Vadendra Joshi sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite Advocate Vadendra Joshi, sir, an alumnus of Symbiosis Law School, Pune, and advocate, High Court of Telangana, to deliver his address. And also the originator of SICTA.
Very warm good evening to all of you. My greetings and gratitude to everyone present here, especially the ones on the dignitaries on the dais, my director, Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, Justice Modak sir, Justice Pierre sir, Sampath Bulusu sir, and all the dignitaries present here and the participants. There are 2-3 points that I wanted to address today, and I'll keep them as short as possible. So this is in its 10th edition. We began this 9 years ago with one broad idea in mind, that this must be that one mirror, also a window in fact, into what the trial looks, a criminal trial would look into when it comes to ICC. The idea was this, that we've had a lot of mock trials that were there in India as regards the domestic jurisprudence. We had moot courts that had dealt with the Rome Statute, the ICC, etc. But we wanted to combine this and provide one opportunity for us to understand the practical aspect. We've been judging this, at least I've been judging this for about 7-8 years now. We've seen how people have progressed. So one benchmark to know if the idea has been successful is the fact that obviously the idea has gained popularity, but second, the initial concept was that we give this as a window to understanding how the trial works. And today when we see the participants over the years, we are sure that these participants have got, and the audience who have also seen this, have got that window, a peek into the window as to what exactly is the trial, what are the nuances of a trial. That was the first thing, and that's how I think this idea originated, and that is how we can also determine the success of this idea. So when we first presented this idea to ma'am, I still remember the circumstances as to why we did it is a different story altogether. But when we presented this to ma'am, one of the first things, and this discussion we had about 9 years ago, was that we are actually trying to incorporate a concept that is so domestic to us in terms of trial, and then merge it with something which is so international, because regardless of other things, unlike ICJ, ICC is much more younger. It's been in a more recent stage compared to the ICJ. So therefore, this was an experiment that ma'am had was so fascinated because this was that merger. So today I must tell you, so that concept that we started with, therefore, like I said, has nurtured into this 10th edition of that it is, and like I said, all of you improving by year, the participation and the quality increasing and improving every year is a testament to the fact that this competition has actually started achieving what it was envisaged to be. The second concept, or the second idea why we started, the objective rather, was that we also wanted that at the stage of the student life, within our 5 years or 3 years of law school that we are, that we also get an idea of how much more practical things have to be when it goes to a trial, as opposed to a simple argument that may happen, I wouldn't say simple, but as an argument that would happen in high courts, where the trials are not so convenient. as I was just discussing, and just as Modak had also suggested today, sir, that more and more students are coming out and directly wanting to practice in the high courts and not touch upon the trial aspect of it, which is actually where the real litigation begins. So the effort was there to ensure that some students get this idea of what the trial advocacy is, so that they're inspired, or at least they have enough knowledge of what a trial is before they graduate, and they can also make this conscious decision of wanting to practice in trial courts. So that was the second objective of this. And the third objective was to also get an insight, or for rather the students to get an insight on these nuances of trial. All of you have seen the finals, and most participants who have been here for the 3 rounds in the last 3 days must have realized that after every round you've got feedback that has made your trial better. It's not somewhere you've just improved on your law, or perhaps you've improved on your legal knowledge, but also your trial better. You've learned to strategize better. As you've progressed, you've learned how to use your witnesses better, how to exploit the other witnesses, which is also a very important aspect of litigation, be it in India or internationally. So therefore, that's the third objective, that we give you an insight into what these nuances of trial are, and therefore these are the 3 objectives that this competition began with. And lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that on a very important note, as students of this college, and most the audience here being students, will also realize that this competition is actually a testament to a very important and integral part of our education here, that you are allowed to experiment. You are allowed to think beyond what is considered to be the prevailing circumstances and prevailing norms. And this is a testament to the fact that the system in the college actually permits you and encourages you to do that. So with that, I think I will conclude my points. Thank you so much for patiently hearing more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll forever be grateful to you for starting SICTA. Now, I would like to invite Advocate Sampath Bulusu, sir, the convener of Symbiosis Law School, Pune alumni, to deliver his address.
Respected His Lordships, Honorable Justice S.M. Modak, respected our own Justice Mohan Paris, sir, Gurpur Madam, Dr. Agde, sir, one of our yesteryear's alumni, Dr. Luther Angrezi, Anirudh Rajput, my teacher, Monty ma'am, Wadi, as I call Mr. Vajendra Joshi, most of us call him that way, respected Mrs. Paris from Sri Lanka, a renowned advocate from the Sri Lankan bar, students who were part of the Student Bar Association at one point in time, now turned alumni and have been judges here. So, and of course, Parth Dikshit, a second year student who drafted this problem for the first time and how it started. We had the 10th edition of SICTA. It would have been the 11th one had that, the global incident of COVID not touched this human earth. But then we have come to the 10th edition of this. During the inaugural, I had an opportunity to speak, so I will not repeat, as I explained how we could do it at that time. It was the students' idea, and once again, at least at the cost of repetition, I would say, all the participants, when you go back to your respective institutions, come out with such concrete ideas and have it implemented. It will take you a long way in your life. Please do that. Because today, let me talk about some morals. Lawyers, or law students especially, when it comes to arguments, right, it is not that we argue or fight. We make submissions before the court. When we open the legal portals like Bar and Bench, Live Law, etc., and we look at the Campus Corner news in India, unfortunately, we see a lot of issues where there is confrontation. And when I'm talking about arguments, if I go from Bhagavad Gita, etc., and the ancient scriptures, what they say, argument is nothing but the term called vada. Vada is the argument, what you're putting forward. But in search of truth. The second degree is Jalpavada. What is Jalpavada? It is not that you are in the pursuit of truth, but you want to win over the other. That is what, by and large, with due respect, I would say, is what we do in courts. The third one is Vitandavada. That means where you are coming up with a Vitandavada, where you are meaninglessly arguing with arrogance, you want to pin down your opponent. For lawyers, Vada and Jalpavada will be good enough, but Vitandavada never, and you are lawyers in making, so bear this in mind. The other thing which I would say is, we had seen all of you, all three teams in the finals. Yesterday I made some rounds. I did not know. I was asked to be in the finals at the last minute at around 12 o'clock in the night, and I said, yes, let me be there. So I was a judge by accident in this one, or else I stopped judging for the last 3 years on my own accord. So then, you know, what I could see, and yesterday what I could see with the teams, one of the things which you as students or participants who have come here, I would not blame you for that. You have seen the virtual courts, you have seen the live streaming where arguments are being conducted in the high courts and in Supreme Courts. But many of you may not have seen a real trial. Fortunately, if you get a chance, because your curriculum is such nowadays, you don't get much of free time, you have your classes, you have your assignments. Of course, you still have free time. Instead of using it in your canteen or chit-chatting or any other, I need not put that list here. Why don't you go to the trial courts and see where a trial is being conducted? Or you go in a very organized fashion, wherein you know that in whichever city that your law school is located, you are there, or during your vacations, there is an important trial going on conducted by some good lawyers. Go attend it. You will know how chief is being conducted, how cross is being conducted. This is one. The other thing is, the Delhi High Court has come out with a e-digital library, wherein there are certain cases that have been put for public to see. This is nothing but the paper book which has been uploaded. It is not in PDF form, it is what you can view. And of course, if you are skillful, you can also download it later. I don't know how it happens. Technology would teach you that. So there, you have the Mahatma Gandhi assassination case, that is Rex versus Nathuram Godse. You have the entire trial court record. I had obtained the entire trial court record from the National Archives. I have it with me at home. But then you have the entire paper book. In that, I would suggest read the deposition of one witness. He was a magistrate from Gwalior, where Mr. P.L. Inamdar, who conducted the cross of this particular magistrate, that he had recorded the confession of Dr. Parchure, one of the accused. His role was that he had given the revolver to Nathuram Godse, which was used in the offense. So this neatly handwritten confession running into a number of pages. So what struck to Advocate P.L. Inamdar from Gwalior, an unknown lawyer in Delhi who was given certain nicknames, he has written a book, The Red Fort Trial. I have read that book. So he went with a very robust common sense. If you have written 10 pages, handwritten neatly, and that too without any corrections anywhere, okay, how long will you take to write that document? So he hit on the time of recording of the confession, which was a judicially recorded confession, which is very difficult to dislodge. And though Dr. Parchure was convicted by the trial court, these arguments in the High Court worked, and he tested this with none other than Mr. L.B. Bopatkar, who was a very renowned lawyer of Pune, who was chairman of the Pune municipality, as it was known as, a great Congress leader, then turned Jansangh leader, a lawyer from here, who was also a teacher in ILS Law College. So he tested these arguments. He has written a chapter on that particular, how to dislodge that conviction. Today, during the finals, you must have observed, I will not boast about myself, I just put one question to one of the witness, prosecution witness number 1. Whatever you are saying now, you are saying this for the first time before this court. That was the question that I have put. That means, for the last 6 years, when the prosecution witness number 1 was working with that organization, where there were wrongdoings, alleged wrongdoings going on, the prosecution witness did not utter a word. So it could be taken, this is Jalpavada, that we can say that, yes, you are speaking about this for the first time today. We can interpret it in that way. So this is how you go for cross-examination. Without detaining much, as his lordships have other commitments, I would not detain all of you here, because between me and the prizes, there's not much of distance. We had an excellent panel. I would thank my fellow judges to having bearing with me with my questions as to, because I am not an expert in international law, let me be very clear. What I have done is trials in the domestic courts. That is what I could do, and I use those techniques here, because cross-examination is constant wherever we go. It varies from country to country, because in India, we follow a total denial defense, whereas in other countries, there is no total denial defense. So here, we can go to any extent to cross-examine a witness, or any defense that could be taken. So one thing which the teams in the finals will have to bear, with which I'll conclude, is one of you will be the rank 1, the other one will be rank 2, other one will be rank 3. You have reached till the finals, you have done all your very best. But don't get dejected by this. These results are not going to be static for this particular competition alone. There are other competitions for you, and once you enter your career, there's much more competition that you'll have to face in a very meaningful manner. And hope to see all of you as good lawyers. Somewhere we'll rub shoulders in the courts or some other law firm where I happen to come there. But do well, do all the very, very best. Keep up the positive hope in yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address. For the chief guest's address, we are honored to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Sri Ram Madhusudan Modak, sir. A respected member of the judiciary, Honorable Mr. Justice Modak, sir, hails from a distinguished family for its commitment to education and public. We're delighted to have Honorable Mr. Justice Modak, sir, to give the chief guest's address. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. I can see from your faces that all of you must be eager to know the result of the competition. But it is a part of the program that you have to listen to the chief guest. Whether you like it or dislike it. The time allotted to me is 15 minutes. I assure you that I will not take time more than 15 minutes. Honorable Director Gurpur Madhav, the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the force behind this competition, Mr. Joshi, who had come altogether from Hyderabad, Advocate Sampath, who has spoken very well. He has explained to me, explained to you, what are the importance of the arguments. He has explained to you by narrating what is Vad, Prativad, and everything. I was just sitting in the chamber of Dr. Gurpur Madam. Every time she was taking the name of Vada. I was surprised, who is Mr. Vada? Now I realized that Vada is nothing but Advocate Mr. Joshi, who had come altogether from Hyderabad. All the judges who have seen the performance of the final round, Advocate Rajput, all other judges, Dr. Hegde, then Mr. Representative from External Affairs Minister, all other judges who have seen the initial rounds, all the respected professors of Symbiosis, all other staff, all the dear students, and all the participants who had come from various colleges. In fact, when I received an invitation from Dr. Gurpur Madam through Dr. Mr. Kulkarni, I was very happy. I immediately said that certainly I will come. There are two reasons. One is I am associated with Symbiosis University for the last more than 5 years. Prior to elevation, I worked at Pune as a principal district judge. Friends, I must tell you that Pune is the largest judicial district in entire India. At that time, the judicial strength was 186. It's the largest district. And you may knowing, there are more than 28 to 30 law colleges. And amongst them, the Symbiosis is the premier law university. So I was very happy. I know how is the dynamic management of Symbiosis. And I also know that it is working under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Gurpur Madam. So that is why I was very eager again to come to this campus. There is one more reason. I want to interact with you because I always say you are the future of India. So amongst you, there can be a Ram Jetmalani. From you, there can be Nani Palkhewala. From you, there can be Fali Nariman. So that is why I want to interact with you. I want to know what are the trends which are prevailing on the legal map of India. So that is the reason why I come here. Now, friends, I always ask myself, what is the necessity of moot competition? Because the colleges, they can impart the traditional education by teaching in the classes. Why they need a moot competition? But when I have taken a look of the articles on moot competition, I realized that nowadays moot competition is a necessity. Now, friends, you may see that in a regular classroom, the professors, they are interacting with you on a particular topic. But whereas the moot competition is concerned, when topic is given, when problem is given, and you are supposed to study the factual aspect as well as the legal aspect. You are supposed to study the connected laws. You are supposed to accustom yourself through various judgments. So what I find that moot is a very effective tool of a legal education. So that is how the overall development of the student take place. Now coming to the present moot question, it is on a international criminal court. So you must have read the Rome Statute. You must have noticed what is the difference in between International Criminal Court and International Court of Justice. You must have accustomed yourself who are the parties to that Rome Convention. All of you know that India is not a party to that treaty. Otherwise, when you could have learned about this Rome Statute, so that is the importance of having a moot proposition and problem. Now, friends, as Advocate Sampath has said about trial court moot. Friends, you know there is a difference in between a trial court moot and appellate court moot. Now, all of you are the product of law universities. So, all of you are very eager to appear before the constitutional courts. That may be the High Court or that may be the Supreme Court. So, you know how was the glamour is attached to the advocates who are practicing in High Court and Supreme Court. But friends, I must tell you that so far as India is concerned, how many High Courts are there? At every state capital there is a High Court. So to say, there may be 30 High Courts and one Supreme Court. How many High Court judges may be there? There may be at least 500 High Court judges. But when you talk about the statistics of a district judiciary, you may see there must be thousands of judges who are daily imparting justice, who are daily adjudicating the disputes. And every jurist has said that the district judiciary is the backbone of any legal system. So that is the importance of the trial court. But you may see that there is no glamour to all these district judiciary. There are various reasons. The functioning is different. The atmosphere is different. There may not be a good infrastructure. But I must tell you that the district judiciary is the backbone. And I worked in a district court for 18 years, and thereafter I got elevated. So I can vouch for that. And I must tell you that a judge who is promoted to High Court from a district judiciary and a judge who is promoted to High Court from the bar, there are a lot of difference. There are advantages. A district judge who knows many intricacies of factual and legal aspect, who knows what is the demeanor of the witness, who knows what is the importance of cross-examination. He may not be conversant with the constitutional provisions, just like a judge who has elevated from the bar. It is always said that the district judiciary always observes a demeanor of the witness. He is conversant with the human behavior. He is conversant what are the peculiarities of the human being, because he looks at the witnesses from the close angle. Whereas in High Court, you have got arguments, you have got a drafting, you have got a judgments, you have got a citation. Many young advocates, they are interacting with me. They are very good during arguments. They know the law better. But I always ask them that have you conducted a single trial, either on the criminal side or on the civil side. I ask them, unless and until you will conduct one trial, unless and until you will cross-examine one witness, I will not recognize you as a perfect advocate. These are the niceties of the district judiciary. So, friends, these are the advantages. And I'm told, if on a pan-India level, there are thousands of moot competitions, the trial court moot competition, they are very rare. They are less in number. So, I must congratulate the Symbiosis Dim University that they have taken initiative. They are doing it for the last 10 years. And you are also lucky that you have been selected and you have participated in trial court moot competition. Now coming to the moot problem, you have read it very well. What is that problem? So that is a dispute in between two clans of a country titan. So they are situated and located They are residing in different parts of the country Titan. Geographical difference is there. Resources difference is there. Some part is having a huge natural resources. Other part is having less resources. Electricity generation is there. And that is how they are creating wealth. So economic disparity is there in between two parts. And the members of one clan, they are amassing wealth. They are amassing power. Many of them, they are belonging to a political party who is having a clout over the system. This is what about the economic system. Now friends, when I read that moot problem, and when I read the moot proposition, what I gather that moot proposition was that the distribution of a liability arising out of a dispute amongst the blockchain edifice. So, on this background, I read the facts. What I find that the facts relates to all the persons taking law into their hands. So, what we call that as a criminal dispute. And that is why International Criminal Court has taken cognizance. And on this background, when I read the moot proposition, I was a little bit puzzled. I telephoned to Dr. Kulkarni. So on one hand, we have a criminal dispute. And on other hand, we are talking about distribution of liability. So I thought that criminal background case and distribution of liability, I was a little bit puzzled. But it was my fault, I must confess to you, because the student who has drafted the question, he has drafted very well. He is aware that this is an international moot court competition. He is aware that the student must know the Rome Convention. So he has drafted it very well. But it was my fault. But friends, when I read all the pleadings, all the testimonials, all the annexures, all the correspondence, I came to know that this is particularly a criminal dispute. And it is arising out of the use of information technology. Now friends, I must tell you that when the individuals, they are committing crimes, they are using different methods, they are using different tools. They have got a particular motto, they have got a particular motive. When you will read the problem, and you have already read, what was the motive of that clan? To have a supremacy. To have a supremacy of power. To have a supremacy of wealth. That is why they were dominating the other clan. So it was their motto. And after passage of time, the situation has gone beyond control. And as of all of you know, there was a murder of 2 children and how the situation has worsened. But the technology of blockchain edifice, it was used earlier for a betterment of the people. When the persons who were managing that, when they have realized, now we have to control the system, what they did, they have used it for a betterment of one clan and to the detriment of another clan. So that is the use of a technology. So friends, you may see behind every crime, this is the motto. And the criminals use a different technology. So that is how you must know why these offenses are committed. Now friends, so the foundation is economic disparity. Now friends, on this background, when I compare to the Indian constitutional provisions, I came across few of the articles from the Constitution. One article is Article 39. Now all of you know that when the Constitution was drafted in the year 1949, and came into force in the year 1950. There is a preamble. There are important features. What it says, it's a democratic country. What it says, it's a republic country. What it says, it's a sovereign country. What it says, it's a socialist country. So, the drafters and framers of the Constitution, they have adopted the socialism as a way of achieving economic prosperity. And friends, when you see Article 39, you'll come to know that it casts an obligation on a state that you should form such an economic policy so that material resources should not be concentrated in the few hands of the people, but it should be distributed for the common good. And if you compare these provisions to the moot question, you will come to know that the government of a titan has failed to control all these things, and that is why this question has arisen. So friends, why we are participating in the moot? So this is the reason. And one incident reminds me, I want to share to you about Indian democracy. It has worked well for 75 years. When erstwhile Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was there, then President of America, Mr. Barack Obama, has visited India. And he gifted one book to Mr. Manmohan Singh. And on that book, what he wrote, this is a gift from a country having oldest democracy to a country who is having largest democracy. So that is how the world recognizes the Indian democracy as the largest democracy. So friends, so by this moot, you get an opportunity to participate. Now, I will say a few things about what we have observed, what I have observed about your performances. Even I was not there. I have seen it online performance. So, 3 parties were there: prosecution, defense, and the victim. As you know, victim is having every right of audience in the present system. They have got independent existence. They are not working through the prosecution. But I have seen your performance. I must share few of them. You may see whether it's an international trial by International Criminal Court, or whether it's a trial by a taluka court or district court, you may see fundamental principles of a criminal trial, they remain the same. I will tell you. So, when a prosecution witness is giving evidence, the basic principle is that he should stick to the pleadings. He should not say something which is not there. I have seen a witness is saying something beyond his pleading, and he was reminded by all the efficient judges that you should not go beyond the pleadings. So that is a principle of the examination in chief. Now, I am not aware, friends, whether you are aware of giving evidence through affidavit. This is not for criminal trial, but for civil trial, there is amendment in a CPC. A witness can give evidence through affidavit. Now, we belong to that regime when you can't give evidence through affidavit. So, we have gone through that phase. When witness is entering to witness box, we have to unfold the prosecution story. We have to ask him what he knows about the case. And that is the quality of the prosecutor. That he should not ask him the leading question. Leading question is nothing but the question in which the answer is suggested. Now, some of you have put a leading question and you are informed that you should not do it. That is a principle of examiner-in-chief. Now, as against this, if the cross-examination is there, the scope is very wide. You can ask any question. subject to few of the exceptions. As per Evidence Act, you cannot put a question scandalizing the character. So, except that the scope is wide, you can put any question. Now, one more thing, one of the witnesses was trying to produce some document. That was not produced earlier. Now, what is the principle? Principle is that natural justice says, whatever material you want to rely upon, you should bring it to the notice of the other side. It can't be by way of surprise. And I know our judges have reminded you, you can't do that. So these are the basic things. And so I must say something about the witness valor and witness jewel. Whether they are here or not, I don't know. But I must tell you something. The valor who was a victim, he was giving evidence. Because he's a victim of a circumstance. He's injured. His clan was eliminated except few of them. And what I gather, that mood is nothing but the submissions, argument, cross-examination. I think mood also involves something about acting also. Acting skills are also there. Because the witness who was giving evidence, he was speaking in a very emotional way. As if he is trying to appeal to the judges that look how injustice is caused. This is one aspect I observed. One more aspect I observed, the accused, who was that jewel, he was giving evidence. You may see what was his demeanor. He was very confident. I have noticed how he was standing in the witness box. Even though he was accused, he was facing trial. He was knowing if the verdict goes against him, he is liable to be punished. But I find he was undeterred. And he gave evidence with full confidence. And the counsel who cross-examined him tried to put various questions. But he has stuck up to his promises. One more thing about cross-examination. The counsel who was arguing what questions she has put, so-and-so said yes and no. So-and-so, yes and no. Now, this is not the art of cross-examination. You can't expect the witness under cross to say yes and no only. In fact, art of cross-examination is something different. Because cross-examination should be such that the witness will not come to know what type of questions you are putting to him. Witness will not come to know if the answers given, whether it will be favorable to him or damaging his case. That is the art of cross-examination. And you should not put questions which are directly on the point. First, you must put an introductory question, and then you must go to the main root of the question. But I have noticed, she has asked, say yes and no, say yes and no. This is not the art of cross-examination. With the permission of the judges, I would like to say something about the judges also. Now you may see the role of a judge is important. There are two approaches how the judge should work. One approach is that he should be a mere spectator. He should just listen. He should just record what is happening. Another approach is that he should not be mere spectator. He should control the proceeding. He must tell the parties that whatever you are doing is not correct. He must try to unravel the truth. He must ask certain questions which are necessary, because judge has got enormous power, because he has to find out what is the truth. So he has got every power. And what I noticed, all the eminent judges, you have got an eminent jurist who has worked as a representative of Sri Lanka to the United States. You have got a jurist who is an expert in the international law. Your other panel judges, they are also expert from them. So you have got just such a type of judges. And with the permission of Mr. Rajput, I must say, that the students were finding it very difficult to answer your questions. But you must see what is the motto and what is the purpose behind putting this question. They do not want to challenge your knowledge. They do not want to challenge your authority. But they want to just test you how preparations you have made, whether you are in a position to answer the questions or not. That was the motto behind that. And when the arguments were conducted, they have also put certain questions to you. Now, friends, you must understand that when judges are putting the question, what you should do? First of all, you must listen to these questions patiently. What happens? We are witnessing in every day-to-day trial, we are asking the advocate some question. Prior to completion of questions, the advocates immediately replies. So what happens? They do not hear us, neither we hear them. So what is the importance? That you must listen to the judge patiently. And once the judge completes his question, then only you have to answer. There are lots of advantages. When you listen to the judge patiently, you get a time to think over. You get a time to understand the nature of that question. So friends, you have to develop all these art. But I've seen all of you have done very well. So this is my experience about your performance and trial court judiciary. Now you may see, lastly, I'll say that why this is happening? All these dispute amongst the clan, dispute among the countries, these war crimes, why it is happening? It is happening because everyone is greedy of power. Everyone is greedy of money. Everyone is greedy of a status. And that is why this is happening. It reminded me of a correspondence between a physician, what is his name? The one who has prepared this atomic energy? Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein. So, he has developed atomic energy. And this was, with this I'll finish, you don't worry. Yeah. So, I must tell you this. So this was prior to the Second World War. So he developed that atomic energy. After developing that, he was very worried that whether these wars are going to end or not. So, as you know, our guest is he was a permanent representative to United Nations. So he knows better than me that prior to United Nations, there was a League of Nations. So that was formed after the First World War. And the countries put very onerous conditions on Germany. They were of the view that Germany should not stand up. But you know that after Hitler emerged, Second World War was fought. So this scientist was very worried that whether this war should end or not. He wrote one letter to one psychologist, Mr. Freud, Sigmund Freud. So he asked him whether the war is going to end or not. He replied that it will not end. This greed for power, this greed for money, greed for status will never end. But then what we should do? We should only control it. We can only control the greed. That is the answer given by him. Now you may see international developments. Now dispute is going on between Ukraine and Russia. There is a tussle at a Gaza Patti, and newer countries are coming ahead. So that is why it is always said that the war is having long past and long future also. So it is for us to think over why this war are fought. So mood problem is not for only that purpose, to develop our skill, but to also know what are the happenings on an international front, and to understand why this is happening is just because of a greed. So with this, I must congratulate all of you, and you have heard me very patiently. Symbiosis University has called me, given me again opportunity to interact with so stalwart peoples. And thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. It's now time for the moment we all have been waiting for, the declaration of results. We'll be starting with the individual awards first. I would like to invite Professor Virendra Singh Thakur, sir, and Professor Amir Ali, sir, to present the Best Student Advocate Award and the Second Best Student Advocate Award. The Best Student Advocate Award goes to Shreya Jain from SLS Noida. The Second Best Advocate Award goes to Harshita Sarma from Lloyd Law College, Greater Noida.
I'd now like to invite Professor Dr. Shirish Kulkarni, sir, to present the award for Best Student Advocate International. The Best Student Advocate International Award goes to Vaidehi Nopane from Kathmandu University School of Law, Nepal. I'd now like to invite Dr. V.G. Hegde, sir, to present the award for Best Student Advocate of the final rounds. The Best Student Advocate of the final rounds goes to Mana Mishra from NLU Jodhpur.
Now I would like to invite Advocate Sampath Bulusu, sir, to present the Sri P.V. Ramanaya Memorial Best Prosecutor Award. Sri P.V. Ramanaya Memorial Best Prosecutor Award goes to Vineet Maharshi from Manipal University, Jaipur. Now I would like to invite Dr. Aniruddha Rajput, sir, to give the Best Defense Advocate Award. The Best Defense Advocate Award goes to Riyansh Khandelwal, NLU Delhi.
I'd now like to invite Dr. Aparajita Mohanty ma'am, Professor Jivantika Gulati ma'am, and Professor Swati Soni ma'am to present the award for late Yogini Kundar Memorial Best Lady Student Advocate Award. the late Yogini Kundar Memorial Best Lady Student Advocate Award goes to Shriya Jain from SLS Noida. Also, the late Yogini Kundar Memorial Best Lady Student Advocate International Award goes to Vaidehi Nopane from Kathmandu University School of Law, Nepal.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to invite Advocate Vadendra Joshi, sir, and Advocate Path Dixit, sir, to present Best Memorial Award and the second Best Memorial Award. The Best Memorial Award goes to NLIU Bhopal, consisting of Anush Garg, Yashvi Bansal, and Chirag Saxena. The second Best Memorial Award goes to NLU Jodhpur, consisting of Annette Abram, Lipika Meena, and Hannah Mishra.
I'd now like to invite Dr. Luther Rangreji, sir, to present the award for Best Witness. The Best Witness Award goes to Sanat D. Hegde. Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Advocate Vijay Dhakne, sir, to present the award for Second Best Witness. The Second Best Witness Award goes to Mahati Sethu Madhavan.
Thank you, sir. Before we announce the winners of the competition, we would like to make an honorable mention to the semi-finalists of SICTA 2025. Symbiosis Law School, Noida, Lloyd Law College, Greater Noida, DSNLU, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, NLU Delhi, HPNLU Shimla, and JGLS Sonipat. And a huge round of applause for the finalists, NLU Jodhpur, NMIMS Mumbai, Christ University, Bangalore.
Now, without further ado, it's time to announce the results of the final rounds of SICTA 2025. I would like to invite all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Sriram Madhusudan Modak, sir, Honorable Mr. Justice Mohan Peris, sir, Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, ma'am, Advocate Sampath Bulusu, sir, and Advocate Vadendra Joshi, sir, to come in front of the stage to present the trophy to the winning and runners-up teams. The second runner-up team is SICTA 16, Christ University.
And now, the moment we all have been waiting for. The first runner-up and the winning team of SICTA 2025. The first runner-up of SICTA 2025 is SICTA 12 NMIMS Mumbai, which makes with the students Bhumika Makhija, Ajat Akshat Rai, and Krish. And finally, the winner of 10th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, SICTA 2025, is NLU Jodhpur, consisting of Annette Abraham, Lipika Meena, and Hannah Mishra. Congratulations to the winning team.
Thank you, dignitaries. This brings us to the end of the valedictory ceremony. I would now like to invite Professor Virendra Singh Thakur, sir, the faculty in charge of SICTA 2025, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and everyone present here, a very good evening to all of you. As the curtains fall on the 10th edition of Symbiosis International Criminal Trial Advocacy SICTA 2025, I have the honor and privilege of delivering the vote of thanks on behalf of the Student Bar Association and the team behind this monumental edition of SICTA. What began a decade ago as a spark of ambition has now become a blazing torch, illuminating legal minds across borders, nurturing courtroom advocacy, and igniting passionate discourse in the field of international criminal law. This year, SICTA didn't just celebrate its 10th anniversary, it celebrated evolution. With cutting-edge themes like cryptocurrencies and blockchain, we embrace the law not just as it is, but as it is becoming. First and foremost, I would like to thank the chief guest of the valedictory function, Mr. Justice Shriram Madhusudan Modak, Judge High Court of Bombay. Sir, your words were not just inspiring, but also have inspired the first years and second years of our college for entering into the mooting activities. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. I would like to extend my gratitude to the management of the Symbiosis International University, without whose support we would not be able to complete this edition of SICTA. I extend our deepest gratitude to our beacon of vision, Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am, Director, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International University. Your leadership is the force that fuels our ambition and shapes SICTA into a platform of global excellence. Thank you, ma'am, for the trust and confidence that you have on us. A warm thank to Dr. Aprajita Mohanty, ma'am, our Deputy Director. Ma'am, your constant encouragement and academic directions were instrumental in giving SICTA 2025 its intellectual path. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are deeply honored by the presence of our alumni, especially Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir, Advocate Vadendra Joshi, who started with the editions of SICTA that we have seen over the years. Your support reminds us that while we may be graduate, we never really leave our roots. We always come back to our colleges to give back to the college. Thank you so much for being with us over these versions of SICTA. To Advocate Parth Dikshit, the drafter of the compromise, thank you for a problem that was not just complex, but it challenged the very boundaries of advocacy. Thank you so much for drafting such a beautiful problem. To all our distinguished panel of judges, we are truly grateful for your time, your expertise, and for the invaluable feedback that you have given to the participant. Thank you so much for being a part of SICTA. Thank you so much for taking into consideration our invites over the years. Thank you so much. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to our media partner, SSC Times, and knowledge partners, Eastern Book Company, EBC, and SSC Online. We also would like to place on record the contribution of IT team and administrative staff, especially Mr. Kiran Sonar and Mr. Vijay Nindane sir, without whose support SICTA 2025 would not be a success as it is. Now, to the organizing committee of the Student Bar Association, you weren't just the backbone of this event, you were its heart, its hustle, and its soul. Thank you so much for being such a good team. And to the participating teams around the globe, thank you for bringing your passion and your spirit to this competition. Thank you for making this competition a very successful competition. Thank you so much. Your presence made SICTA 2025 not just a competition, but a celebration of advocacy at its finest position. Thank you so much. As we close this unforgettable chapter, let's not think of it as an end, but a pause before a bigger, bolder, and even a better SICTA is in place, SICTA 2026. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey. Until next year, keep moving, keep mooting, and keep making magic in the courtrooms. Thank you so much. Thank you. With this, I announce the closing down of this edition of SICTA. We'll come up with the next edition of SICTA, and dates will be shortly announced. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I request everyone to rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of 10th edition of SICTA 2025. We request the participants to be seated while the dignitaries leave the dais.
Recording stopped.
The certificate of participation will be distributed outside the moot court hall. Okay, we'll be distributing here in the moot court hall itself, so I request the participants to collect it one by one as your teams will be announced.
Participants, we have 3 sets of certificates for your participants, your semi-finalists and finalists. So we'll just announce it. Lloyd Law College, NLU Delhi, JNLU,